it's a wild Steve. How you doing, my friend? Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful Monday morning. I am off work today, so you know what that means. A full day of Aurora. Hope you're all ready for this. How's my man Steve doing? I've just topped my coffee up, so I'm nearly ready to go. Oh, fair rain last night as well. Don't know if you got that, Steve, but we're drowning at the minute. Our garden is flooded. There's about 2 inch worth of water, just in not everywhere, just in like the main divots. But yeah, that'll be fun to sort out later in the week. No point doing anything now. It's still pissing down. So, oh right, where were we? We very recently uncovered the secrets of compressed carbon armor. Let me turn that music down a bit. Just a tiny little bit. I don't know if that helps or not, but we'll see. We shall see. Maybe it helps if I move the microphone closer to my face and start whispering like this. Ooh, hello, how are you? What the hell? Oh, right. But also the problem with the microphone being this close to my face is I do this a lot. And that's not a very nice noise. But I can't help it. My face hole is broken. Right. Christine Lindstrom was working on Earth, and she completed the research into compressed carbon armor, which means I think we've got all of the technologies we need now in order to justify building a new ship. We could wait for cloak sense reduction, but we haven't actually bothered building cloaks or anything yet. We've got a 75 or 70% reduction at the minute, which is more than enough for some of the ships that we'll be building. We can't put them on freighters, unfortunately. They would be the ones that would benefit from that, but because cloaks are a combat mechanic, they will become military ships, which we don't want. EM sensor 11, we're not really waiting on that. Jump drive 10 would be nice, but I'm not waiting another 4 years. We've already waited 7 to get to this point, so we might as well build now. Maximum engine size, that's another 10 years away. The next tier of engine is 20 years away, so we'll probably, that'll be our next stopping point, I think. Actually, no, maybe this will be our next stopping point. Oh no, that's like 50 years away. Yeah, magnetic confinement fusion drive will be our next stopping point. Is there no better defensive guy? There's actually Christine, who we've reappointed to biphase carbide armor, which, let's change that. Let's get rid of you. And let's put Christine on that job, because she's got 10 labs. And reducing the engine output, engine thermal output is quite a good thing. That will help our freighters. That will make our freighters be a smaller dot on the radar. So we can pump that up a little bit. That gives us 2 spare labs. You need a new lab. And you need a new lab. Do we have a better power and propulsion guy? We do not. We have a lot of power and propulsion tech coming in though. Okay. So, now that we've got our nice shiny new armor, it is a perfect time to redesign the vast majority of our ships, especially our cruiser, our exploration cruiser. So our exploration cruiser, we did only recently redo it, and that, by recently I mean 30, 40 years ago. But during physical testing, it was not ineffective, but it wasn't as effective as we thought it was going to be. Having the separate spinal gun and the spinal ship with the one spinal mounted gun and the rapid ship with the two, was it two? Yeah, the two faster firing but shorter range lasers really just overcomplicate things. Plus they both only have 1 armor rating, which means they have no armor essentially. If they get hit by another weapon, and the enemies we're fighting at the minute are raiders, which have railguns, which can penetrate armor anyway, so they can go through a certain number of layers of armor and hit the things behind them. So they were basically one-shotting our ships. The only caveat to that was our ships were faster and had longer range, which is good because it means that they couldn't hit us if we were on the ball enough not to be right on top of them. Sometimes they spawned right on top of us and there was nothing we could do. I am partially phasing out, but I mean, it's fine. It's better than having all the green background show up. So we're going to redesign the Ironsides. We're going to combine this into one single ship with a long range spinal gun and the rapid fires. We're also going to put some armor on it. We might need to take off a few things if we want to keep it the same size, but we'll tackle that when we can. We still want to keep this speed. The speed is important. As long as it's above 5847, we can outpace them, but the higher it is, the faster we can get out of their range if we end up accidentally inside of it. So let's start with the exploration cruiser. So let's do a new ship class. And we want to choose a new name for this. So we were using class theme Terran Federation for our Explorer. Terran Federation. We were using Ironsides. We haven't used some of these other ones. So we won't just necessarily go straight down the list. We'll pick a different one. Looks nice. We've already used Discovery. We didn't use Essex. Fletcher Forest, Goto, Greece, Guardian. Guardian might be a good shout. Independence might be a good shout, because actually Independence will be a good shout because these were going around in pairs. This one's going to be going around by itself. The King Louis, the Congo, the Majestic. We do like the word majestic. We'll go with that. This is going to be the 2176 Majestic class exploration cruiser. Right. I don't know why I've got so much energy this morning. It's Monday, and ordinarily on Monday I work, and I've got like 0 energy. But I'm playing Aurora, so I've got all of the energy today. I'm loving it. Yeah, I'm off today because my brother, Dan, he had a slight workplace injury. By slight, I mean he trapped his finger in a machine, quite a heavy machine at work, and the end, sort of this bit of his finger, is no more. It's gone. It's smush. And he basically had a lot of dicking around with doctors and hospitals and stuff for the last couple of weeks. So I was going to take him to Preston, but he got it sorted last week. Hopefully. So he doesn't need to go to Preston, which means I've got the day off just to play games, which is nice. It's one of those, I'm actually quite glad, because if the rain keeps up like this, I don't like driving in the rain, so I'm not a fan of it. I'll do it, but it's not like, if I can avoid driving in the rain, I do. If I can avoid driving altogether, I do. But for Down Man, we don't mind. We don't mind at all. Damage control, we're going to need a military damage control. Oh, you can just use spacebar for this. This is really good. Command and control, we need a science department. We probably also need an auxiliary. Probably a CIC as well. Do we need a main engineering? Yeah, I'm going to say yeah, we do. Okay, so this ship is going to be our new big boy. So it's got all of the command facilities. So the bridge obviously needs a bridge. Auxiliary, I think, helps with training the crew. Engineering helps with being able to repair things faster. It also gives it a chance, I think, to repair things for free, I think. The CIC is good for targeting, and the science department is good for our survey requirements. And then obviously damage control just helps with repairing the ship when under duress. Duress. I know words. Electronic warfare system. Let's have a fire control jammer, missile jammer, sensor jammer. I'm just going to add all of the stuff and see what we need to do to make it fit. We might need to make the ship's yard that builds it bigger, or we might need to remove some things and maybe more micro specialize it. We'll see. We might not need a missile jammer, for example. The enemies, in fact, we don't need a missile jammer. The enemies we're coming up against don't use missiles. But other enemies that we have discovered do use missiles. So let's put one in just to be safe. The enemies I'm thinking of are the Brummies, the Birmingham aliens, also known as the North Koreans. These guys do use missiles, so if we can jam their missiles, all the better. Sorry, I just need to blow my nose 1 second. Okay, there we go. Right. Right, we've got all our systems there. We need... Don't need any of the production elements. We will need an engine, but we'll need to design a new one. Same with the jump drive. Fuel, we don't know how much fuel we're going to need right now. We do want an E-lint. We don't need the level 5. We can obsolete that one now. Level 6. We want sensors. We want electro-sense, passive sensors. We want survey. Just stick these on. We don't need cargo. Yeah, we don't need cargo of any sort. So that should be okay. So I think really the only things we need to do now, we could put a diplomacy module on there as well, actually. This could serve as our dual purpose diplomacy slash exploration ship with guns. Guns are a good form of diplomacy, right? Everyone loves a good gun. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. Right, so we need to design new lasers, new beam fire control, new reactor, new engines, new jump drives, new sensors. And I think that's it. That's it. Like, we don't need to design a lot of tech there. Right, so let's start with our sensors. So we'll do thermal sensors first. Thermal sensor 11, yeah. Hardening level 2, perfect. This is going to be 2176 branch. Should have a relatively big thermal sensor. We might need to make it smaller, but we'll do a 250-ton thermal sensor for now. The EM sensor, we can probably make that just a standard. We'll make it a 50. Sorry, 100-ton. EM hardening 2. 100-ton. Active sensors. So we're going to need at least 2. We'll need a missile sensor, and we'll need a sensor that can pick up the gunships that we're going after. So our old sensor could pick those up, which is this one. So we went against a 1,250 ton object or larger. And we had 32.3 million. So if we do that, so the resolution here, we want 1,250. Could go smaller, but we're having a missile sensor anyway, so the missile sensor will pick up anything smaller than this. And what size was that? That was a 150 ton. So if we had the same size, that would pick it up at 37 million instead of 32. So I'm looking here. Is that going to be enough? We could just stick our big boy sensor on there. Just thinking the more room we have for engines, but we can always add more engine if we need to. We need big sensor. Big sensor on the censorship makes sense. Makes sensor. Let's go 2,500 ton. Prototype that for me, please. Did I remember to click prototype on these? I did. So we'll add our thermal sensor, we'll add our EM sensor, add our active sensor. That's a big sensor. We now want a size, a one hull size resolution. This is going to be our missile sensor. We don't want a 2,500 ton missile sensor. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's not ridiculous because I mean it's good to pick missiles up further. But I think we could probably just deal with a. Let's do a 150. Yeah, let's do a size 3. So 150 ton. And then this will be a missile sensor. Prototype that. Missile sensor. We can probably obsolete the rest of these now. Obsolete. You can definitely obsolete these really old ones. The ships that are still using these, they'll still use them, but they'll show up in our class list as being orange, so we'll know that they're old components. Don't need that. Don't need that. We'll keep the most recent commercial sensors. We might end up rebuilding, well, redesigning them in a minute anyway. But if we do, then we'll get rid. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we've got all of our sensors in now. So now we need engines. Sorry, yeah, engine, jump drive, lasers, beam fire controls, and reactors. I don't think I'm missing anything there. Laser, fire control, reactor, engine, jump drive. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we can, and then we need to make room for armor. We probably want to put the armor in first so we know how much size we're dealing with. 6 layers of armor. I mean, 10 layers of armor is not 10 layers of armors, compared to 6, 10 layers of armor is an extra 500 tons. Let's just do 10 layers of armor for now. We can always add and remove stuff as we go on. Right, let's add... Let's do... let's assume that we're going to be 25,000 tons, the same as our Ironside ships. So we know we want to be able to move. Bro, have you seriously just died? You piece of shit. My my mouse has just given up the ghost. It's alright though, because I can plug it in. Okay. You bastard. Sorry, I'll leave it on charge tonight and it'll be fine. That does mean that my phone might die, so I might have to knock the stream on the head on there. It's good just because it's right there in my eye and I can see if something goes wrong or if I'm in be right back mode, you know what I mean? Because sometimes I do forget to swap scenes. So let's assume we're going to be 25,000 tons. So we know we're going to use 10 layers of armor right now, but let's up this to like 30, no, 60? 5? Well, let's put 60. We can assume we're probably going to use a 5,000 ton engine, at least one. So that'll be about that. What engines do we have on this one? We had 3 4,500 ton engines, but they were ion engines as well. So let's go engines, and we want, let's just do 5,000 ton for now. That's the biggest engine we can make, isn't it? Oh no, we can do 8,000 tons now. Interesting. Probably want more than one engine though, don't we? Because if our engine fails, mind you, if we only have one engine, then it's less things to build, and engines can be expensive. So making a bigger engine is more expensive to make, but if you're only making one engine and that engine's got a lot of drive to it, then you should be okay. Thermal signature, let's drop this down as low as we can. So this would give us 2,560 power versus our old one, which was, well, it was 3,036 power, I think. 1012.5 times 3. 3,037.5. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong! I didn't mean to. Oh, there we go. A bit more light and I'm no longer invisible. Right. So that should... So if we want to move at the same speed, we need at least this much power. Engine power. So if we divide that by... If we only want 2 engines on this ship, then each of our engines needs to put out this much power. So if I move that over here, and if I want it to be really fuel efficient, yeah, we can't be that fuel efficient. That's insane. We can maybe have 40. No, we can't. Don't know why I dragged that off screen. We don't need to drag it off screen. So if we're having 2 engines, I mean, ideally we want them 5,000 tons, don't we? The problem is if we have 5,000 ton engines, we're going to have 3 of them. So if we times that by 2 divided by 3. Okay, so that would work. We've got slightly more engine than we do on this ship, though. Also, what was the fuel use per hour on this was 181. Okay, so we can actually... So it was about... It must have been a 90% engine. And this was 4,500 tons. Yeah, there we go. So this is what we had before. So with the magneto drive, that's an extra 20% power. We're saving a bit more fuel because we've got this 0.5 tech rather than 0.6. We could probably save a bit more fuel by reducing this. So we can't go below 1,012 realistically. So if we do 75, so 0.77 power fuel consumption down to 0.49. So this is saving a lot more fuel, and that's 3 of these engines now. So it's the same number of engines and the same weight of engines. But slightly more power, so it should be slightly faster if we manage to keep it to the same 25,000 tons. So let's prototype that. It's half the thermal signature as well. The old one was 354. This one's 172.8. So let's prototype that. Engine on the Majestic. Oh god, yeah, we can get rid of some of these engines. Obsolete. Obsolete. I suppose a lot of these are prototypes, aren't they? So. We may just need to redesign the prototypes, that's all. No, that's the one we've just done. Okay, so 3 of these. So at 25,000 tons, this does move us faster than our old ship. So we can afford to go a little bit higher. What was our old ship? 75. Okay, so we can afford to go up to 26,700 maybe? Yeah, 26.6 or 26.7. Okay, we don't have a lot of room left for guns or jump drives there, do we? Deployment time would be 24. 2 years. Yeah, we could do 36. Have it out slightly longer. Armor rating, we wanted 10. Might need to drop that to 6. Let's put it at 6 for now. So the reason this is going more than what it was before, because it was only adding an extra 500 tons of weight, but now it's adding like 1,000, 1,100, is because the ship is physically bigger. So on the cross-section size here, And well, in fact, the armor here. So the armor here is 71 wide, 6 deep. If I take these engines off, before it was only 36 long or wide, right? So if you're adding an extra layer of armor all the way around, so you're doing one full line, 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 each line costs more. So if you add this like 10, it's adding 2 extra lines to the end because it's going round an extra 2 times. But because our engines are adding size as well, it's got to go around the engines. We need a lot more engineering spaces. Probably some maintenance as well. Okay. So we need a jump drive, and we need this is actually working off much less fuel as well. Jump drive's going to need. Do we have a better capability on jump drives now? Don't we? Yeah, we've got efficiency 8. So this would be an E8, and then jump capability. Let's say we want 25,000 tons. So this is already going to add more than what we have in terms of size. Let's up this to 30. So this is a 1.602 ton military jump drive. So our jump drive can handle the weight now. Our engines can handle the weight, but we haven't got any guns on the ship yet. So we might need to redesign the engines very slightly. And by very slightly, I mean probably quite a lot. Let's have a look and see if we can do a bigger engine. Like what's the biggest engine we can do with thermal signature? What's our current fuel consumption? 87 liters per hour. So if we want to drop this from 3 to 2, possibly save some weight as well. So if we had 2, so what is this? 4,500 times 3. If we want to take this down to say 4 mean, ideally, I want the ship to have a decent amount of guns. We could fit the guns on, and then so there's two ways to do this. We can fit the guns on, and then design an engine that will cope with that amount of guns at the speed we want to go. Or we can sort of use the weight that's left over from our now 30,000 ton threshold to design the guns, the fire control, the reactor, and fit as many guns as we can in that remaining space, which is probably better. And actually, if we're saying we want to be a 30,000 ton ship now, then we're gonna need probably slightly more engine than what we currently have. So this would be so we need slightly more engine. So we could keep the same weight if we divide this by 2. 6,750. And then we need more power than what we've currently got. Power we've currently got is 3,240. So let's say we want 3,800 power divided by 2. So we need 1,900 engine power. Okay, so an 85 would virtually get us there. A 90 would get us there. Let's design the 85% here. So this is a 6,750 ton 85% engine. And then let's do the 90 as well. So the 85, we're 2 of those. And then we take this up to like 19. Yeah, okay, so that gets us the speed we want. Yeah, that works. Could maybe even afford to drop it a little more, but we're gonna need. No, let's leave it as that. So we want 6 layers of armor. We need to get this AFR down. The IFR, I try and get the IFR down to like 1. Last one was 2. They did pretty well with 2, so we might keep it like that. Engineering spaces, drop this. Yeah, I think that works. We've got room to take some off if we need to. Fuel capacity, 36 billion. That's not a lot of range. Let's add... How much fuel do we have on this one? 4.2 million. Okay, so we had 168 billion kilometer range. This one's got 136 with half the fuel. So if we have 2.5 million fuel, that gets us just about where we needed to be before, just a bit less. But they've got a 2-year deployment time and a year, just less than a year's worth of fuel. But this is a year's worth of fuel if they're going in one direction, solid, which they're not going to be. They're going ping, 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 ping for every planet in the sector. Now that leaves us with a whopping 340 tons to play with guns. That's not enough. Okay, so in that case, let's go with the 85%, but let's reduce this down a touch. Let's go for the 6.6, and then we're at 85%. Prototype that. Get rid of these two. Okay, that gives us 7. That's not enough. It gives us 700 tons to play with. What else can we get rid of? We could get rid of the jammers. So we don't need a fire control jammer because we're planning to outrange them anyway. The missile jammer honestly would be helpful. The sensor jammer... I do kind of want to play with the sensor jammer. We could drop to 5 layers of armor, or even 4. That gives us 1,400 tons to play with, which is a bit more realistic. Could also get rid of the... We could also reduce the sensor size, actually, because we do have a lot of weight tied up in this sensor. We could drop this 500 tons. Yeah, let's do that. Because we don't need this big of a sensor. We need guns. We do need a big sensor, but we don't need this big of a sensor. So let's redesign our active sensors. We had, this was 1250, I think. Yep, 1250, level 2 hardening, 2 countermeasures, and then sensor size was 50. Let's drop this down by... Let's drop it down 1,000 tons. A 1,500 ton sensor. So let's get rid of this one. Okay, so we've got 2,500 tons to play with for guns now. I think that's a bit more realistic. Probably also drop a few engineering spaces as well. Okay, so guns. Weapons. Probably not be saying those words. Get myself cancelled on YouTube. Get myself cancelled. Okay, so lasers. Laser beams. We do have a couple of lasers we've designed already for our STOs, and we did design a standard version of them. So this laser will fire every 5 seconds. Tracking speed is equal to our ship speed. Needs 6 power. So we need either one reactor that outputs 6 power per laser, or we need a total amount of reactors for each one of these lasers. What's our current laser? We are using the soft X-ray, which is this one. Capacitor 6, which is this one. And this is a 15 centimeter focal size. We could make the laser smaller, but it would only fire every 20 seconds then. We don't want that. It doesn't make it that much smaller anyway. So the spinal mount laser for this, if we want the spinal mount laser to fire every 5 seconds, six damage. The spinal mount laser advanced at 10 centimeters, firing every 6 seconds wouldn't make a difference because it doesn't have any longer of a range. It doesn't make any odds. And it's not even any lighter, so it's fine. So this is what we've currently got designed here already, so we don't need to design a new laser. Each one of those is 250 tons, so let's say we want 4 of them. And we want a new, we definitely want a new fire control. We've got better sensors now on our fire control, I think. Or better range on our fire control, I should say. So our weapon range was 360,000 kilometers, wasn't it? So this number needs to be 360,000. Tracking speed needs to be at least 6,000. So let's design that. We are using a multi-weapon fire control because they're all going to fire at the same thing. Level 2 hardening. Tracking speed, we want 6,000. Well, we could do 6,100. Because by the time we add this on, that should drop below that. So we'll just do that. Fire control size, or it is nearly a 4x one. We could do a 4x. I'm wondering. Yeah, let's just make it as big as we can. The 4x is fine. So this is a 153 ton direct fire control. And then we need a power plant, so a reactor. And that reactor needs to put out 24 power for our current things. But if we say 6 power per reactor. Actually, so let's do 12. Let's do it in twos. Because I think the bigger reactor, the more power it outputs anyway. Small reactors are good for smaller ships like a fighter. You want nice and tiny. But for this size of a ship, a bigger multiple bigger reactors probably makes more sense. So this is a 68 ton reactor that outputs 12.5. Slightly more than we need. We could boost it as well. And then make it slightly smaller. 63 tons. I'd rather not have that explosion chance though. So we'll do 68. So let's prototype that. So if we go to our prototypes and we want this one, and we want 2 of these, because that will cover our current 4 guns. So for every 2 guns we need a reactor. And our direct fire control is this one. So that's way too bright. I'm going to turn that down a bit. You'll just have to deal with me being slightly invisible. Okay, so this ship now, we've still got 1,000 tons of weight to play with. So we could add our 6 armor back in. We could go up to 7. Let's do 6. We can then also add in either extra fuel, extra maintenance supplies. I think maintenance supplies is fine. Could get the IFR and the AFR down by adding more engineering spaces. And then the last 30 tons could go towards fuel, maybe? I think that works. So it's got a good... It's got 30,000 tons of weight. It's still faster than they are by 100... 5847. Right, it's the other way around actually. 5984 minus 5847. So we're 137 kilometers a second faster than they are. It's got a 2-year deployment time. It's got enough maintenance for 3 years. We could probably get rid of this in favor of more engineering spaces, because the engineering spaces add maintenance life anyway. Get us enough. Let's do 50. Can we get 7th layer armor? No. Yeah, I think 6 layers of armor is really the minimum I want to have on this. We've got a captain in charge of it. We could update that to a commodore. I don't think we have many commodores though. Yeah, we only have 2 commodores. So really, captain's sort of the lowest rank we want on that. We really don't have many senior crew, do we? It's going to take 3 years to build. That's actually not too bad. What was the other one? 1.8. So it takes an extra year and a bit to build. But realistically, the sensors on this are what make this shine. So the old one could pick things up at a range of 32 million. This one can pick things up at a range of 117 million. So things shouldn't just appear next to us now as much. It's got a cross section of 598 versus this one, which was 500. It's got a bigger cross section, but it's got lower thermal output. How big is a cloak for this? So for a 30,000 ton, we can't even make a 30,000 ton cloak. Okay. And it would be 5,000 tons of weight. Okay. So right now we can't build a cloak for this. We could build a cloak for the old Ironsides if we remove half of the ship from it. We could get rid of a main engineering, because that doesn't really contribute. It contributes to maintaining the ship in general, but it doesn't really affect these numbers here. No, we'll leave it in. We'll leave it in. I would like to have main engineering in there, so that's fine. Diplomacy module. I think we can probably get rid of this. That saves us a bit more weight. Gives us the ability to add more armor. So we can go up to 12 layers of armor. Okay, so let's do 8 layers of armor. No, let's do 10 layers of armor. Add in an extra 2 guns. And an extra reactor. This reactor can be obsoleted. This fire control can be obsoleted. As can this one. That can be obsoleted. That can be obsoleted. These can definitely be obsoleted. We'll build new ones of these when we can. We need to research the tech for them again. So that's fine. So this ship now has 6 guns. Can we add 2 more, do you reckon? Eight guns. If we drop that to 9 layers of armor. How many guns was their big gun ship? 12 railguns, 5 railguns. What was the other one? Destroyer escort. 13 railguns. Range on them is well, range on their longest range gun I think is this one. 160,000. Whereas our long range is double that. So if we were to say range bands 165,000, moving at 6,000 speed. So we would do 2 damage to them with a 57% chance to hit at our current tactics, which is to follow them at this range. What was this? 5, 8, 4, 7, I think it was. 5, 8, 4, 7, yeah. So a 57% chance to hit. But could even put a bit more range between us there, couldn't we? 53% chance to hit at 180,000 kilometers. I think I'm okay with that. And we've got 8 lasers per ship, which is a lot of gun. There's a good amount of gun for what we've got here. 2.5% incremental failure rate, that's fine. Bridge, auxiliary engineering, CIC and science departments. We've got all the sensors for gravitational and geological. We've got an intelligence module. We've got sensor jammers and missile jammers. I think this is shaping out really like quite a good ship. We've got a bit more room as well to add more fuel. So let's get rid of these little niggly bits. And yeah, we've easily got enough maintenance supplies for our 2-year deployment. Can we make this 36? No, not quite. 34? Make it 32. Which is 2 years, 8 months. Two years, 6 months. No, 24 is fine. 24 is okay. fuel. So we need, we can't fit one of those in. Can do 2 of these, 3 of these. Small and small. Nope. Too big, go back. Tiny, finder. Okay, so there we go. So we are 5984. Where the calculator? 5984 minus 5843. So we're 141 kilometers a second faster than they are. We've got a good amount of guns. So if they get in range of us, let's say they were 100, say we slip into range, 140,000 kilometers, and we're going 59 whatever. So they would do 1 damage to us. They've got a 45% chance to hit. But at 180, let's say, they would do 0 damage. They would have a chance to hit, but they would do 0 damage. Same for that one. That one wouldn't even have a chance to hit. Whereas we would do 2 damage. And we would actually do 2 damage, 1 damage at 360,000. But we'd only have a 6% chance to hit in that rate. At 180,000 kilometers, we would have a 53% chance to hit, and we would do 2 damage every hit. Every 5 seconds. I think that is hunky-dory. We could actually optimize this a bit more. We could add more lasers. Because if we're saying that we are not interested in being 360,000 kilometers away from them, we only want to be 180, then our range on our guns doesn't need to be so large, which means the gun could be smaller. Yeah, we don't really want to do this because that 4x is the recharge speed. Although it doesn't matter if we're outpacing them, the recharge speed doesn't really matter. We're only hitting every 20 seconds and they're not hitting us at all, that's fine. So if we were to only hit every 30 seconds, let me just theory this out. I don't think we'll use this, but we'll prototype it. So we don't want Spider-Man actually, because we can only have one of those. We can increase this to 20. So that would keep it at a similar weight, but it would only fire every 35 seconds, but it would have a longer range. And if we take this off, and go for the biggest laser, so this is the smaller. Let's do a copy of this. So this one will do. We're gonna have to probably put more reactors on. So this is the big laser. This is more weight on this laser, but more damage. So we can do 5 of those lasers. So this would do, it would have the same chance to hit at that range, but it would do 5 damage every 15 seconds. Instead of 2 damage every 5 seconds. So if this was every 15, this would be 6 damage. So actually this one's looking better. And then this one, if we get rid of these, and then we add in the smaller laser that's got the 35-second recharge. So we can still only have 8 of those. It will do 3 damage every 35 seconds. Whereas ours will do 2 every 5. So yeah, this, no, garbage. 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 Not garbage. This is good. This is a good design. I'm happy. I'm happy. Let's go with it. So we need to first off add 5,000 tons to our shipyard. That's fine. So we can do that. So add 5,000 capacity. That is going to take you 2 years. That's not too bad. 1.5 years. That's not too bad. And then we'll build them in 4s, but they don't have to go around together either. I mean, if they do go around together, that's fine. We're not too concerned about fast exploration. But we do want to wreck anything we come across, so maybe we send them out in a pack. The wolf pack. Excuse me. I think I need more coffee. Right, so that's our first ship of the day. Let's put this on there. How's our wealth looking? Wealth's looking fine. That's good. So now we need to research all of these components. So research the fire control, the reactor, the plasma drive, the jump drive. The one thing I will say with this is we do not want them to get a hold of one of these ships. Because the way we've been getting their technology through salvage, they can also do that. So this is a bit of a double-edged sword in the fact that if we lose one of these ships and we don't salvage the vessel ourselves, they might salvage the vessel, and they probably have salvaged our old Ironsides vessels. They may be able to upgrade their own technology, and then we'll have to redesign the ship to counter their new ships. If that makes sense. But that's fine. It's all part of the fun. If we do lose our ships, we have to adapt to their adaptations. Why are you? I'm not working today, guys. Fuck off. You know I'm not working. You signed the fucking thing. So these can be obsoleted now. This can be obsoleted. So we've done our first ship now. The Majestic. Let's get those bits researched. What labs can we take off these guys? I think we don't need this. Let's get rid of that. Well, we do need it, but we don't need it right now. The orbital mining guy retired. You, when you've done that, if you don't mind doing that as well, because that is important. Who was it? Christine? Once you've done that in 27 years, jump on biphasic carbide armor. Biphase carbide armor. You're probably going to be dead by then, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll see. Direct fire. Right, okay, so we need... Oh no, we already researched our laser, didn't we? Yeah, we don't need to research this. We already have a blueprint for it. So we need power propulsion. Marizia Bocci, if you don't mind, if you can crack on with that. That's going to take you a year and a bit. So we'll queue someone else up for this one. And we'll queue someone else up for this one. In fact, you can just do this one once you've done that. So cancel that. Tuong, if you don't mind adding this to your queue. It's going to take you less than a year, so that's okay. Sensors and control. Let's do this nice cheap one. Tong. Good man. Well volunteered, Tong. Add all these to your queue. Yeah, total, that's going to take you a year and a bit. Year and a half, maybe. So that's fine. So in about a year and a half, we should be good. The shipyard will be big enough, and all of the research for the ships will be done. Let's save that before we fuck anything up. And I'm just going to go quickly make a coffee. I'll be back in 5. I have returned! Sorry, that took a little bit longer than expected because I ended up cleaning the kitchen. As you do. Right. Where were we? Okay, we've just finished designing our exploration cruiser. Excuse me. We could carry on doing some more designs. Colony ship we've only recently redone. We can redo it though because we've got better armor. We've got the same engine though. We've probably got slightly better thermal sensors. No, I don't think I want to mess with that one. The breaching pod we do want to mess with because we actually have better. In fact, no, I think we recently did this. What was this engine? Divine Tech. Engines. So we go way down to 300. Engine size was 75 tons. No, the only thing we've got slightly better on is the thermal signature, I think. Yeah, thermal signature we've gone next tier. We've not done anything better on those engines yet. We do laminate composite. Ceramic composite. 8 and 2. 9 and 3. So I think this is slightly better armor than this. And then this is better armor than that. So I think the breaching pod, the colony ship's fine. The fast freighter we designed at the same time, so that's probably fine as well. Yeah, we don't need a new fast freighter. We're not using a standard freighter at the minute. Fuel harvester station, we did only recently do that as well. That's a station, so that can be fine. Intelligence ship we can get rid of now. We don't need it. Oh, actually, this we didn't put a diplomacy module on this, did we? No, we took it off. So technically, this is our diplomacy ship now, not our intelligence ship. So we will obsolete this, and we'll copy this, and we'll put this as a diplomatic ship. We use the same naming convention for that in the intelligence ship, I think. But then we can obsolete this one. So that category should disappear now. Yep. Orbital miners, the Bellatrix. We only recently redid the Bellatrix. It was 2 tiers of armor ago, though. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Yes, it was 2 tiers of armor ago. So let's copy this and update the armor. Okay, so that saved. Okay, so that saved 6,000 tons of weight. Okay. I don't think. I mean, we don't need more fuel. We don't need more engine. The sensors don't need to change. I don't think we need to do anything with that. It does make it slightly lighter, but it's not a big enough change to what. I mean, we could add more cargo shuttles maybe, but I mean the cargo capacities are all fine. No, I don't think we need to do that. Let's delete that. Raiders, that's not us. Salvagers, the cook. We could... No, we haven't got a new salvage module yet. No, let's leave the cook for now until we get the new salvage module. Slave transport's not us. Stabilization ship. We do need a new stabilization ship. We were using Royal Navy submarines for this one as well. So actually we might change. We might change this. Select a new name. We need Royal Navy submarines, and we had used the Ajax. Okay, so let's jump down to B's. There are no B's, so let's jump down to C's. Catch a lot! Churchill, Clyde, Conqueror, Courageous. I think, given that we're going for an English theme, we'll go for the Churchill. 2176 Churchill class stabilization ship. So, stabilization module. On the old one, we were using the small stabilization module. And we just literally had a sensor, some fuel, and the nuclear pulse engine. Good lord. Okay, well, good news. This one's going to be a lot faster. 3,000 ton nuclear pulse engine. So the small one of those. Okay, so the big one of those is 50,000 tons, but it does do it in half the time. I do like that, but we haven't really come across a situation where it's been a problem. So I'm going to carry on using the small one. We need sensors, which we're going to just use our new, most recent passive thermal sensors. We don't need EM sensors. Engine. We basically want this thing to go. We don't want it to be. I mean, it doesn't need to be super fast. It's just there to sit on the fucking thing. So once it gets there, it's fine. Yeah. So it was the old power, 144. Did they just have one engine? Yeah, they just had one engine as well. So if we had a 3,000 ton. Whoa. So a 3,000 ton magnetoplasma drive engine with the lowest engine power we can get, so it's the most fuel efficient it can be. Engine fuel use per hour 0.7 as opposed to 1.2. 0.004. So this is 3 times as efficient as this one. So this would be 2176 Super Eco. It's also faster than this. Well, this is a smaller engine, so. Prototype. Give me. Oh, 10 prototypes on you, dumbass. There we go. Okay. It's already 50% faster. So the rest was just fuel, wasn't it, at this point? It's already got the same range as its other one with a quarter of the fuel. So that's great. So actually we don't need to give it any more fuel. We could actually afford to give it less fuel. If we do a standard. 2 standards. 172 billion kilometers, I think he's fine. If we do 125,000, that's like 10% of what this one had, and it's still got half the range. And then we've got 2,000 tons here for weight, so we could add 5 layers of armor and still be within our weight limit. We could probably add in, how big is the commercial damage control? 4 layers of armor, commercial damage control, and let's put some maintenance on it. So 1,500 tons. Let's add a... No, not another standard. Let's add a couple of smalls. 1,800 tons. So it can repair the biggest thing on its person 3 times without having to go back to a shipyard. We had a tiny bit more fuel to just top that up. So we've got 41 tons of fuel available. There we go. So it's got a range of 271 billion, 320 kilometers a second, which is 50% faster than what it was. It's got 4 layers of armor, which is 4 times the armor it had before. It's got 11 points of damage control as opposed to 1. It's got a much smaller thermal signature, the same cross section. Yeah, that thermal signature is ridiculous. It's got 3 full, let's say, units of maintenance supplies. It's got the same jump point stabilization. It's got a 40% more efficient crew quarter design. It's got a much more fuel efficient engine. We need to rename that because that's not okay. We need to rename this as not the class. We need to rename the component as a 3,000 ton super eco commercial engine. There we go, that's better. Fuel capacity, it's got 271 billion kilometer range. It's got thermal sensors on it. Commercial stabilization ship. I think that's pretty damn good. So we can obsolete the Ajax after its 110-ish years of service. Thank you very much. We need to research this engine. Tanker. I don't think we need to redo the tanker, do we? Because we wanted the... I suppose the tanker could be faster. But it's only got a 10,000 ton size. It's not got a huge fuel capacity either. So this tank is doing a lot of trips. I think we were fine with that. We're okay with that. Terraforming station, we've only just redone. Troop transport, we've only just redone that. The tug, we've only just redone that. Okay, so that's fine. So the exploration ship and the stabilization ship have been redone. We don't have a shipyard for the stabilization ship, I've just realized, because we didn't retool this. We could repurpose the Bulldog, which would give us the right size as well, because it was 30,000, wasn't it? So let's retool. In fact, they might be able to build. No, they can't build it. We want to retool to. We can't retool just yet because it's not being researched. but we can prep for it. So it's STB. Wormhole stable. Stability. Smith Gate Builder Inc. Smithson Gate Builder Inc. I don't know where Smithson came from. Okay, so we need to repurpose that as soon as we've done the research. We've got research ongoing, but we just need to add this to your queue. I think it was Tom, wasn't it? Okay, so let's pass time forward, get those research projects done. Let's clean up the galaxy a bit as well with our where is he? This guy. Our salvager. Okay, let's move forward. New aliens! Aliens detected in Cardiff, but immediately got hit with the STL. So I'm assuming Cardiff doesn't have sensors? It does not. So Cardiff needs... Yeah, Cardiff needs some passive sensors. Cardiff Prime. Who's not doing anything? You're all doing something. Okay. Let's build ourselves another fleet of arrows. Shipyards. Yeah, they're not currently in use. So construction to the freighter operations fleet, and we want the arrows, and we want 10 of them, please. We can afford that. Do we want any more? We probably do want more of these as well. Oh, we can afford that. Barely. Yeah, it's a bit dicey. We'll leave those for now. We don't need more salvages. We don't need more troop transports. We don't need more tugs. Yeah, I think we're good on everything else. Cargo shuttles completed at Earth. Fantastic. What else are we building at Earth? I don't think we build anything, are we? No. What have we got? We've not got a huge amount of corundium. Probably do need some fuel. We have just put the Caspians out there, though, haven't we? We've still got these prisoners of war on Earth. That's funny. The Space Raiders. Why is Callisto not sending anything to Earth? Because we have not told it to. Which we should. You should go to Earth. Yeah, that's fine. Luna, you need a mass driver. Mercury sending stuff to Earth, that's fine. Okay. Industry. Do we have spare mass driver? We do, we have 17. Probably... we could build more infrastructure. Let's build 10,000 infrastructure on Earth. Because then we've got some to send elsewhere. And then we'll build... 100... We could build 200. Yeah, let's build 200 automines on Earth as well. Okay, I need those freighters to be built. That's fine. We've researched one of the sensors. New alien ships in Stevenage. Stevenage does have passive sensors, so they can see them coming. And we can see them get wrecked. That's the first one. Oh, they all got wrecked. Wait, what? No, the other ones must have run away. We only destroyed one. Target destroyed. How's the salvage guy looking? Oh, he's got plenty of stuff. New alien ship in Manchester. We're not concerned about Manchester at all. You can sit in the asteroid belt until you're ready to blow yourself up on Manchester itself. Beautiful. You killed 40,000 civilians, you piece of shit. Okay, so actually those... We need to put some new guns on Manchester. So we're not concerned about Manchester, but if we can prevent them from getting shot at all. Because they do have an extra 40-kilometer range here. 40,000 kilometers. So we could add another layer of guns to the outside of that. When our... In fact, no, we can use the Carlisles. Carlisles move. Go to Earth. Load ground unit, including all subunits. Give me a one of these new spinal defense towers. Go to Manchester. Go Manchester Prime. Unload all ground units from transport bay. And then load... Oh, no, you can't load... You could load these. You could load these and these. And then just sort of drop them on some asteroids. Unload ground unit. Rapid defense. And then let's do this one. Unload all ground units. And then go back to Earth. And refuel. Okay, so we've got one there. And one there. Just in case they end up looking on some asteroids for us for some reason. We should also probably stick a couple on... How far is this? No. As far as this. So Manchester 2 Moon 1 would be a good candidate. Manchester 2 Moon 1. Create colony, and we'll create colony there as well on Moon 2. Because we've got, or we will have rather, fuel harvesters here. So we want to protect those. Carlisle, movement orders, go to Earth, load subunits, load me a defense tower, go to Manchester. 2 Moon 1, unload, go back to Sol, go to Earth, refuel, load ground unit, give me this guy, go back to Manchester, go to Moon 2, unload ground units, go back to Sol, go to Earth and refuel, and the tug, have we got another fuel harvester ready to go yet? We have a terraformer ready to go. Let's build ourselves a new fuel harvester. Let's build ourselves 5 fuel harvesters. The Evergreen, where are we going to take the Evergreen? I think we were doing things in Glasgow, weren't we? Or was it Edinburgh? Edinburgh. 3 is Venusia. I think we are doing stuff on 3, aren't we? We don't want to do stuff on 3 if we are. Edinburgh 4. We are doing stuff on Edinburgh 3. We don't want to do any stuff on Edinburgh 3. Or is Edinburgh 3... No, Edinburgh 3's got too much carbon dioxide to remove. That would take a seriously long time. Yeah, because we're only doing it at 0.0032 per year, and they need to remove 114. So yeah, we'll move that. We'll move that. That's my bad. I should have spotted that. Edinburgh 4 Moon 1 we are terraforming. Edinburgh... Edinburgh 6 Moon 1. Yeah. Edinburgh 6 itself. We are not terraforming, so we'll move it from 3 to 6. Edinburgh 8 Moon 19. So we'll move the new one to Edinburgh 8 Moon 19. We're also taking one to Edinburgh 4. Edinburgh 8 Moon 19. Number 3. You tractor this ship, move it to Edinburgh 6. And come back to Earth and refuel. Okay, that should be good. 5 inactive research facilities on Earth because reasons. Because oh, we got the new model of Elint. Nice. Can we just swap that out on our new Explorer? I think we can, can't we? Yeah, it's just same size, same crew, so we can obsolete this old one. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. I should probably do the research, eh? Who could do with spare labs? You could do with spare labs. Faster you do that, faster we can get going. You can have 2 as well. Okay, the new arrow freighters are done. So the RR24, you have 1 full cargo capacity, so let's grab a mass driver, take that to Luna. And we'll take a deep space tracking station. We want to do that, we want to take it to Carlisle, but let's do that in a separate bulk order. Because it's not going to take them long to do that. So I've got an Earth load installation. We want a deep space tracking. And then we want to auto route to Carlisle, or was it Cambridge? I think it was Cambridge. Do we not have one called Carlisle? Am I just making things up? Must have been Cambridge. Sure. Cambridge 1. Which is a mine for us, I think. Why is Cambridge 1? Cambridge 1 is a Venusian auto mine colony. We don't have any auto mines on there, so it's going to be Cambridge 2 that we want to defend at the minute, and Cambridge 3. Okay, so you're right, buddy. Cambridge 2, so we've got defenses there and there anyway. So 2 and 3. Do that 9 times, please. Because we want 10 on each. It's going to take you about 3 years. That's fine. Fire Control Jammer 3 research has been completed. We don't have a fire control on our ship, so we don't need to replace that. Fire Control Jammer is a sensor tech. This would be good to have on like fighters or something, or even like a carrier. Electronic hardening 3. I think we do want to go down electronic hardening, don't we? So 4 labs. Uthman, if you can carry on with that, that'd be fantastic. Okay, we've got sensors on Cambridge 2 now. Cambridge 3 is a little bit further out. Slipway added to the Halfords Auto Shop on Earth. So that is our our standard ship repair yard. And this is our space station repair yard. Uh, 4,200 research points for Cloaking Efficiency 6 have been downloaded, and that has immediately finished somebody's research. Jesus Christ. No, it hasn't. Oh, because the thermal reduction guy retired. Yeah, the guy that had 10 labs. Okay, that's fine. Gualtier Buffon, if you don't mind, could you pick that research back up? I know you're not quite there with the labs, but you'll have to do. You're our best hope. Research rate, increase that. Do we have another construction production guy? We don't, but we should train one, because this guy is probably going to die at some point, really inconvenient to us. So we should have a secondary. Mining production might be good for you. We've only got 3 labs to give. So if we do this person, you might get more percentage or more labs, which will be useful. New alien ship in Stevenage. Stevenage is fine, they're covered.
Are you okay? Are you having a moment? Good boy. Good boy. You get that book. You get that book. Yeah. Here's a good boy. Here's a good lad.
Good boy. He's got something stuck in his nose. He keeps doing this. Get wrecked. What's the matter, pal? Here's Sulcasaurus. Corundium has expired on Wolf. I don't think that's why we're at Wolf to begin with, but it's good to know. We are here for your neutronium, I think, is the main thing. But yeah, you're only going to last another 14 years for that. Okay, Swift Total's getting to the point now where I'm thinking about we probably need to retire this. When these two get down to like 1,000, we'll just drop this. Move these things over to Zang, or even retire them altogether. Just get one of the new ones up. Okay, so the scouting yards, the place where we build our survey craft, has expanded to meet the new capacity. That's wonderful. Orders assigned to dominant terrain. That's fine. So the new super economy engine is done, which I think means all of our engine technology is done. So that was the last one, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so who wants new labs? You can have new labs. So you can take one off and you can have another one. Okay, super heavy vehicle armor is research. We're now doing warfare, mountain warfare capability, which should help. If we need to attack any mountain facilities. Oh, we must have assigned 2 researchers to that. That's fine. Yeah, we're done with all our engine techs now. Who could do with more labs? You can have one. You can have the second one. All of the wrecks have now been salvaged, which is good news for the cook. You can come on home, guys, if you don't mind. Moving orders, go to Earth, refuel, unload all minerals, unload all ship components. Yeah, you're carrying a good amount of stuff. And you've also got 900 points to go towards salvage there. Nice. Very nice. Okay. You guys are still working on that. New alien ships in Sol. Oof. And it's a Riverland, so that's usually a sign that we're about to be invaded, but it could just be a little tester. Did a flyby on Earth. Went to Mars. Didn't get wrecked by Mars. Got shot a lot and had his speed cut in half. But he still survived for at least 5 seconds. There he is. Well, I know I said you were done and you could come home, but actually, can you just go and grab that for me? You know, since he's right there on your way past, you might as well go and get it. Okay, so now you can come home. Movement orders, order templates, dump salvage at Earth, and then refuel, resplit. Oh, you're already doing that as part of your order. That's fine. Standing orders, get rid. Where you go. Beautiful. Let's have a look at some of this crap that he's brought home. We've got railgun technology, which we can disassemble for information. So we got about 1,000 points towards new railgun technology. Let's get rid of all of this. The rest of these we can potentially use on other ships. How's our... So the Majestic can be built now and the Churchill can be built. So let's go to our shipyard for the Churchill. We'll rename this. We won't bother with Smithson. We'll put Churchill. So we can recognize it easier. And we will retool this to the Churchill class. And the Brower Scouting Yards we will retool to the Majestic. And we'll rename the shipyard to the Majestic. Majestic Cartographic Guild. Dock. What is that? Minerals expired warning. Deposits of boronite have been expired on Wolf. That's fine. The Boreas has completed her orders and she's now orbiting Earth. You were moving the terraformers around, weren't you? So let's just make sure that all of our terraformers are now doing the correct things. Edinburgh should no longer have terraforming capability, which is fine. Well, Edinburgh 3 shouldn't have terraforming capability. Edinburgh 6 should have terraforming capability, and we first want to remove the methane. So, remove and send it to 0. Edinburgh 1 doesn't have terraform capability, so that's fine, because it's Venusian. Edinburgh 8 Moon 19, we want to remove the methane. Edinburgh 6, you're done, you're done. Leyland Prime, you're still removing the carbon dioxide, that's okay. Cardiff, you are Venusian, so you're not doing anything anyway. Glasgow 3, you are probably Venusian, but we must have determined... Oh yeah, you don't have anybody on there anyway, so that's fine. Neither do you, neither do you. Okay. Manchester Prime should be done. Cardiff Prime is still being worked on. You are adding water vapor. And that's all you need. Edinburgh Prime is currently doing nothing and doesn't have terraforming capability. That's okay. Sandiford is done. Scott Prime is done. Titan is done. Well, done-ish. They can't go any higher on temperature. Mercury can't go any lower on temperature. Anti-greenhouse gas pressure. Oh, factor. Yeah, factor's what's important there. So they can't go any lower on temperature either. It's fine. Ganymede is all good. Europa 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Why are you still trying to add water vapor? Well, you're not, because you don't have capability of doing so, but let's take that off, because that's dangerous to leave turned on. Cardiff Prime, we are still wanting to add water vapor to you. And then Cambridge here. Cambridge. Just a fresh start. So you want oxygen. So let's do 0.1. Cambridge 3. That was Cambridge 2. Cambridge 3. Same thing. Oxygen. Add 0.1. Edinburgh 4. .1. Stevenage Prime. Let's remove the ammonia. and remove the argon. Nitrogen can stay, that's fine. Unless we need to make room for something else. Okay, they're all good. Gonna get a lot of notifications about change to dominant terrains, I would imagine. The retooling for the Churchill Gate builders is done, so let's build a couple of those. Shipyards, Churchill Gate builders. We don't want to add a slipway to this. We won't need any more than 3. We probably won't even need 3. This is going to go into industrial operations. We'll create a new group under that. Use admin, yeah. Use current components if there are any, sure. We'll build 3, and that should be all of those we need. Ruins exploited! Fantastic! Ancient construct on Dundee Delta Prime have been fully surveyed. The construct will improve defense system research on this body by 70%. That is fucking majestic. So, what that means is we need to move some research labs over to Dundee Delta Prime, which is going to be an auto mine, but it's going to need it's not habitable, not even remotely is it habitable. It's like 1,000 degrees Celsius. It's got NA colony cost. No one will ever be able to live on this planet, but we can live in the atmosphere. Well, it's not the atmosphere. We can live in the orbit of it in a colony ship. And we can send people down to the surface to research defensive technology, for which they will gain a 70% bonus on top of their existing bonuses. And also because of this now, once we... well, it is active now, because we've uncovered it. We then get a 7% bonus globally. Or we will when we put people here, I guess. We'll get a 7% bonus to it globally. So anyone that's researching defense systems will get a bonus. So that's fucking amazing. So, you know what that means? We need to design a new ship. Well, technically not ship. We need to design a new station. So we'll create a new ship class, and this will be... Technically it's an orbital habitat. And we are going to want no armor, so it's designed as a station. We are going to want passive thermal sensors. Can't have these ones, we can only have the 50 tons. Might as well do passive EM sensors as well. It doesn't need fuel, doesn't need engine. It does need colonist transport, it needs an arc module. And because of that, it will also need cargo shop bay. So we'll just do 5. We do want a commercial damage control, probably want a few actually. Okay, so this will be build time like no time at all. This is just habitation. Okay. So we've got a couple of options here. We can build one giant ass orbital habitat. Or we can build a lot of smaller orbital habitat. What's the size of that planet? Dundee. Okay, so it's too big for an orbital miner. This is not, but this is. This is a comet though. It's very rare you find a planet-sized body big enough to be orbitally mined. Now we could, in theory, put a terraformer on there. Because this station is going to live there permanently. So we could terraform the atmosphere using terraformers at a very slow rate. But I don't think that's really worthwhile. Let's not put terraformers there. What we'll do is we'll just have just people, and like I'm impressed this is only going to take like 5 days or something to build. What is that? 365 times 0.06. 21 days to build. I suppose it is just literally fold up cardboard, send to space. Fucking hell. We will put a recreation module on it. And we will increase this to 1 million colonists. So we'll do transport colonists. Okay. So it's now a very large... It's still only going to take like fuck all time to put together. But if we combine this with a... Well, this is the thing. So we've got a planet there, right? So we can put facilities on the planet. People can't live on the planet, but they can live in orbit and then work on the planet. So we can put ground facilities there. We can put we're gonna put research labs there, but we could put construction. We could put maintenance facilities there. We could build an orbital habitat that has maintenance facilities on it so that they don't need to work maintenance jobs. They all work science jobs. And the orbital shipyard, if you will, they work the maintenance. Because then what we could do is we could dock our military vessels there if we need to, rather than have to go all the way back to Sol. It basically extends our range to be there as well. We should probably... I was going to say we should probably put some fuel on this, but actually no, let's put fuel on the planet. Because we're going to have auto miners on the planet anyway. And the planet will be able to... we'll put a shipyard, sorry, a space station there. Or a space, whatever it's called, the spaceport. I'm a bit concerned that our tug's not going to be able to move this. No, it will. It will move it. It will move it very slowly. But it will move it. Probably don't want it to move this slowly, because if it gets caught by raiders out in space on the way there, it's fucked, right? So yeah, we probably need a large tug. So let's rename this to the Boreas XL. We don't want the arc modules. We do want swanky danky new engines. Excuse me. So let's get those taken off. Let's upgrade the armor. Let's design. Well, can we use our new? We didn't design an 8,000 ton engine, did we? No. So let's do engines. What were your 400 in power? So we need to be, and we had 10 of them. So I think if we reduce this down to 16, more Galasite cost, but less likely to be. Mind you, it's pulling something that is not less likely to be spotted because it's got a fucking 52,000 cross section. Well, it's got no thermal signature, so I suppose that does make it a bit harder to spot on thingy. So if we make our thermal signature low, then at least we won't be picked up on thermal sensors. We'll still get picked up on active sensors, though. Like, from a fucking ginormous distance away. So actually, yeah, let's not bother making the engine smaller. Although I suppose if we're using this to carry things that aren't this ship yet, okay, let's make the thermal signature smaller. Now we probably want more power than this. Unless it affects our fuel economy. But the ship only had 250,000 tons of fuel on it anyway. No, that's the wrong one. This one. Yeah, the ship had a lot more than 250,000. Let's just add a large on there. So this would be, what year are we in? 2179, 8 kiloton. 40%. Okay, so 10 of these is going to move it at 200 kilometers a second. Probably do with more. Just 50%. Can't go very far on this amount of fuel, but we can add more fuel, that's not a problem. Take that off and we give it a lot of fuel. Jesus Christ, 25 million tons of fuel can only get it 74.8 billion kilometers. How far do we need to go to get to Dundee from Earth? Clinton XL, you're not doing anything, are you? Auto route to Dundee. Delta Prime moves to location, and then auto route back to Earth and refuel. That needs 20 billion kilometers. That's our range. And then don't do this because we don't actually send you there. 20 billion. So we know we don't need this much. Let's do that just in case. Because it might, based on the orbits, it might go further or nearer, so. In fact, let's just do 10. So 2 ultra large. 10 billion. 10 million litres of fuel, rather. Because obviously this ship can go further than what we want it to. As long as it's not pulling these orbital habitats behind it. Now, we don't necessarily need 1 million people at every place, at every habitat, but it does make it easier to work out. So by itself, this ship will go 7,000 kilometers a second. So on its way back, it's going to get back to Earth like fucking instantly, but it's going to take about 3 years to get to Dundee, I imagine. Probably 5, probably longer, but we'll see. So this ship now can carry what is currently called the Vanguard. It won't be called the Vanguard, but we can at least move it. So we didn't want to use the 40%, so we can obsolete that. It's alright, Os, chill out. So this one we use the 66A5, so we can get rid of these. Who are you woofing at? Hey? He's just Auntie Nikki. It's fine. She lives here. Okay. Let's close this because I don't need this open. The Vanguard. What does recreational? Oh, okay. So a recreational location is any ship with a recreational module, check. Or any population of at least 50,000 people. When a ship, including those in hangars, is at a recreational location, the deployment clock reduces at a rate equal to 10 times the passage of time. If a parasite is in a hangar bay, but the mothership is not at a recreational location, the deployment clock of the parasite reduces at a rate equal to the following formula: time passed times 10 times 1 minus mothership deployment modifier. Okay. Okay. Yes, we actually probably don't need a recreation. So we could save a bit of weight there. But I think thematically we do want recreational facilities on a ship that is literally just scientists. They're going to want a place to chill out, right? For purposes. 5 arc modules means that each one of these is 1 million, but that does mean we have 5 lots of 500,000 tons. Since it doesn't take much longer to build, all it affects is the weight. I think I'm fine with that. Because once it's in place, it's never going to move again. Getting it in place is going to be a pain in the ass. But once it's in place, it's fine. Plus, once it's in place... Okay, right, here's the thing. Once this is in place, we have workers on the planet, right? We can put construction on the planet that can build this. Because this isn't a big thing to build, right? It's, 3,000 somewhat build points, but this will cost a certain amount of resources that the planet... Oops. We go to Dundee. The planet has a bunch of these resources. I don't know if it's got everything it needs, but we can bring whatever it doesn't need. Because not all of these people will be working science jobs anyway. They won't be able to. But yeah, I think we can do that. Once we bring one of these here with a million colonists, we can leave it to build more, and then our colony ships will bring the passengers back and forth. So we actually only need to physically build one of these on Earth and then move it into place. Okay, so that's you. You don't need fuel. Other than to give... Yeah, you don't need fuel, but you do if you want to be able to have people come here and refuel from there, from the hub. We might actually... No, we don't want to put a fuel on each one. We want... what do we want? I think we want to make some more orbital habitats. So let's select a name for this. So we need to choose a theme. Let's go class themes. Galactic Empire? Yeah, the Acclamator. No. Broadsword. Class 4. The Corellian. The Delta class kind of fits because we've called it Dundee Delta Prime, right? So the Delta class, that fits. So this is class theme Galactic Empire. So we want to do a copy of this. This is a orbital habitat. Rename class theme Galactic Empire. This is the 2179 Delta class. Let's create a copy of this. That doesn't need arc modules. Doesn't need sensors. Doesn't need maintenance. Actually, no, it will need maintenance. And this one, this orbital habitat will need to be able to repair things. We don't necessarily want it to repair itself, because we could put a shipyard on the planet as well that has a large repair bay for that. If we have 100, if we do 125,000. Okay. So this is the repair station. This can repair damaged ships. Salvage. Fuck off doing that. Okay, so this thing can support 256,000, so two 1,250 ton ships. Sorry, 125,000 ton ships. Slightly more, but it can repair a 125,000 ton ship. It can support two in terms of maintenance. So for the what's the word? Overhaul. So for overhaul purposes, it can support two of those. Or like fucking 8 30,000 ton ships. So this would be the repair station. Probably want much more maintenance on this, don't we? This probably wants to carry a bunch of maintenance with it. Maintenance storage, large. Let's put 10 maintenance storages on it. We want commercial damage controls on it, because it needs to not die. Let's just do 10. Engineering spaces, let's chuck. Doesn't need them because it's not a military ship, but put them on there anyway. Because it doesn't seem to affect build time that much. In fact, it barely affects it at all. It just means it costs slightly more Duranium, that's all. And it adds more crew, actually. Okay, probably do want a main engineering. Don't need anything else, I don't think. It should also have fuel. Should have fuel and ordnance capacity. No, it doesn't need ordnance capacity. We don't have any ships with bullets. We have lasers. Yeah, I think 5 should be fine, and then we want a fuel capacity on board. Probably don't want to use that. We want to use a bunch of the very larges. Say it has 1 million litres of fuel, because we're just going to have one of these. Let's do another couple of refueling. Yeah. Transfer cargo. Doesn't have any cargo, although they will need it for the maintenance. Yeah. Cargo on board. This doesn't need any troops. It doesn't need any troops. Hangar. It doesn't need a hangar. Doesn't need any passengers. No, I think this is good. This is good. We had a small one as well? No. Okay, so this is the Delta M class. This is going to get confusing. If we do Delta, habitation, Delta, Delta maintenance. They won't need a shipyard, so they won't need to build each other. This is technically not an orbital habitat. It's technically just a space station. I mean, technically it's a maintenance ship. Is there a maintenance station? Maintenance base, no. Pod, no. Maintenance vessel. It's not really a vessel. I think we'll do. What about repair station? Repair station. We need a sensor outpost as well, actually. Or a sensor platform. I think we're going to go with space station for this one. So this will be a space station. We'll pick a new name for this. This is not the Delta, but we will use the same. We'll use Galactic Empire. So this is not the Delta class. This is... We'll go for Beta. So this is 2179 Beta. Beta M for maintenance. And we'll go for the Delta H for habitation. We'll copy this. This will then be a space station. And we'll copy this again. And we want a sensor platform. I'm going to copy the Delta H. I'm going to push this down to a sensor platform. We do not want... Well, we do want those sensors on. We don't want art modules. Don't want recreation modules. Don't want shuttle bays. Don't... we do want damage controls. We don't... Well, I suppose we do need these, actually. We don't know how much we're going to need, though, just yet, until we've added the sensors. But excuse me. Oh, no, we can't. We can. We can make a sensor platform with military sensors, because we've got the Beta M class, which can support up to 256,000 tons of ship, and it can repair 125,000 tons of ship. So actually, the sensor platform here, it will be built in a naval shipyard rather than on the industrial tab, but it's just going to be sensors. It's not even going to have an engine. So actually, it doesn't necessarily need its own maintenance storage. It probably doesn't need commercial damage control because it's going to go with the space station. Just need to research this before I forget. Sense platform. Okay, so sense platform. Thematically, a diplomacy module will be interesting, but it doesn't need it. I suppose if people come to us, having a diplomacy module on the sensor thing makes sense. Electronic warfare, let's do sensor jammer, missile jammer, fire control jammer, just to make it a bit more difficult to hit. We can put armor on this, and we should. We absolutely should. We'll do 12 layers of armor. We want all of these sensors. So we want an E-lint sensor. Does adding more of this? It does make a difference. Okay. So we can have a lot more range on our E-lint module. We want some big boy sensors, and we probably want yeah, we don't need any of that. We don't need cargo, we don't need colonists. We don't need fuel. We don't need cargo shuttle bays. Although if we put cargo shuttle bays on, at least we can move things on and off if we need to for maintenance purposes. Did we put a cargo shuttle bay on this? We did, and on this we did. I'm actually going to add 5 more to this. Yeah, we'll do 25. So each one of the art modules has 5 cargo shuttle bays with it. Okay, the sense platform, let's select a new name for this. So we're going to, even though it's technically not a space station, we're going to still use the same theme because it's part of the same complex. I want a coffee again. I need more coffee. So this will be well, if we use beta and we used delta, then gamma, and gamma kind of makes sense for sensors, I guess. I kind of like the class 4 name as well, but then it's class 4 class sensor platform. No, I don't like that. Okay, so we'll do gamma class. And this is the 2179 Gamma class. And we'll rename this as Gamma S. Okay. And now we need to design some new sensors, because we're going to need the biggest sensors we can possibly build with the best hardening measures. Resolution, let's keep our resolution at this level. So this is 2179, 2500 ton sensor. Prototype that for me. And then we want a big ass missile sensor. Missile search sensor. And then we want a big sensor just to scan for big ships. So this is 2500 active search sensor, 25 And we'll call this XL. We'll call it a jumbo. Active search sensor. A jumbo search sensor actually is pretty fine. Prototype that. Do we need new thermal sensors? Probably, yeah, we do. We want the biggest shit we can possibly do. So we want the biggest of these and the biggest EM sensor. And EM 2 and 50. Oh, we haven't designed a thing for the Seawiz yet. We probably do want to put some sort of defenses on it. Can we build a laser turret? Is that possible? Yeah, we can. We can build laser turrets. Interesting. Don't have a huge fire control speed though, that's the problem. Desired tracking speed. So if we wanted to track something that's moving 60,000, I think that's probably even a bit too low. Okay, a quad core laser cannon. A quad core standard laser. We could probably also use the... oh no, you can't use the spinal laser for this. Okay, so the quad core standard 15cm laser that fires every 5 seconds. And can hit things going 72,000 kilometers, which is like, I think that's roughly what the missiles were moving as. You know, the Prothean missiles, or whatever they're called. The what are they called? Not Prothean. Precursors. I think they were precursors in Birmingham, and they had missile tech. So I think that's roughly what it was. I can't remember exactly. Twin. Look at that. Twin 15cm soft X-ray laser turret. So hits to kill. Now, in theory, we have a huge range on this. We've got double the range, almost. No, more than double the range, because we've got 180 twice. Yeah, so we've got more than double the range of the Raiders. Railguns. So in theory, we won't need armor on the turret. But I would like to have armor on the turret just to be safe. I think having the same layer of armor as we have on the sensor platform makes sense. Makes it bigger, but not by much. So 0 layers of armor is 3092. 12 layers of armor is like an extra 750 tons, which I don't think is ridiculous. I mean, it's already a big turret anyway, but we've got a lot of room. We can make this as big or as small as we want. Prototype that for me. So that gives us. It doesn't give us a gauze cannon. It gives us a turreted laser here. So now we need power and we need a fire control. We could probably reuse this fire control, I assume. Although no, this fire control only has a 6,000 tracking speed. Although that is fast enough for what we need for these guys. Although it's not fast enough for missiles. So actually let's build a new fire control. Direct fire control. We 4x, 4x maximum, and then we want probably one turret. Hang on, do we want one turret per fire control? Or do we want one fire control to have multiple turrets? Probably one fire control to have multiple turrets, but we still want multiple fire controls. If we have 2 lots of fire controls, each holding 4 turrets. That's 8 turrets per sensor platform. 16 guns per sensor platform. How often do you probably do quite often want multiple? Yeah, let's make 4 fire controls, each holding 4 turrets, each turret holding 2 guns. I think that makes sense. Max tracking speed, max range we can. So this is a 400-ton 16x fire control. Because obviously 4 size here, 4 size here. So it's 16 times bigger than a normal one. And then we need a reactor. And a reactor needs to do 12 per turret. So if we're saying if we're saying we want 4 of these for 1 fire control, then we need 48 power per fire control. Well, per set of 4 turrets. So power plants, we want size, what, a 48. Can do 49. So size 4 power plant, which would put out 64. Which is a bit much, but then there's an overlap. If one of them gets blown up, then we can at least still use some of the other guns. And we have 1 of these per fire control. Yeah, I'm alright with that. So this is a 200-ton. So we can put 1 of these on. That covers the power for that. And then we just want to do, we want 4 of these, which means we're going to need 4 of these, which means we then have room to add 16 of these. Go over a little bit. Okay, so we can actually field 22, but we're actually only going to have, we could do 20, 5 on each. Could even do an extra fire control there. So we can have 4 turrets per fire control. I think I'm alright with that. So this is technically it's not a sensor platform anymore. Technically this is a defense platform with a bunch of sensors on it. It's a fucking big ship as well. and it's no longer a commercial ship, so it can't use commercial damage controls. It needs to use military damage controls. So let's stick 5 on there. I suppose technically we want a lot more damage control on this. We want engineering through the ass, because oh my god, look at that AFR. Jesus Christ. Let's have 100 engineering spaces. Let's go nuts. Okay. In theory, this is going to be docked up, so it won't matter, but we'll see. See how long it takes to get out there. We want auxiliary control here. We want the CIC. We want main engineering. We don't care about science control. We don't need primary flight control either. I think that's okay. And then we want maintenance on board as well. Let's just put a... So what's the biggest thing on the ship is 662. So if we want 1800... Okay, it should be able to... Oh no, that's 18,000. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. Our engineering spaces cover that. Okay, this is a very dicey ship to take out. That we might have to build this while we're out there. We'll put down some ground forces to defend the colony to begin with. But then we'll build this when we get out there. Because I don't want to build this. And then I don't want to build this when we and then carry it out there and then it explode on the way because we can't pull it there fast enough or something. That would be ridiculous. But yeah, I think once we've got this built at the location, it should be fine. Captain, yeah, it's got all these things. Fantastic. Cargo ship multiplier. I think that's okay. So we've got a habitat. We've got a maintenance repair space station. And we've got a defense platform. Let's rename this as DP. And we'll put it as a defense platform as well. Orbital defense platform. Orbital defense monitor. No, orbital defense platform works. And then same for you, you should be an orbital defense platform. And then we'll rename this as ODP. You don't need the tags on the end actually, because they'll get those on the front. And the beta M. Okay. Doobie-doo. So we need to research this, this, and this. We've already got everything we need to build that. That's great. And we've already got everything we need to build that. Fantastic. Okay. We are currently researching this. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm okay with that. I think a different name than Gamma for this. Maybe the Enforcer. Or the Ardent. 2179 Ardent class defense platform. the delta habitat, and we'll change this one as well. So this, what is this? This is a repair station. Guardian. No. Let's go with the Corellian. This is a 2179 Corellian class repair space station. Do we need anything else? So we've got a ship with sensors. We've got a ship with guns. We've got a ship with maintenance and repair. We've got a ship with orbital habitats. We don't need a cargo ship or anything like that. We don't need orbital mining. We don't need salvage. We don't need sorium harvesting. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Let's have a look over here. So these are okay. This should be a supply ship and a tanker, not a collier. And this is none of those things. That's fine. That's okay. Do we still want 12 layers of armor on this, or do we want slightly less? $11 gets us below 100,000 tons. So if we do 10 layers of armor, and then top up with engineering. $100,000-ton ship. Oh, we haven't put the sensors on. We designed the sensors, but we haven't put them on yet. Dumbass. I did wonder what the hell was missing. Okay, so we can take these off. Yeah, let's go back up to 12. Okay, let's work to 110,000 then. I mean, technically we could do 125,000 because the Corellian can support that, and it can support 2 of those. It can repair 1 at a time, but it can support 2 of them. So in theory, we could push this way up. "30 layers of armor?" A bunch more engineering space. Did we not put more military damage controls on? Yeah, we did put 10, didn't we? We'll put a little more. Maybe not. $125,000 tons. There she is. Okay. It's not a bad... It is a bad annual failure rate, but if she's in dock anyway... Thing is, do we need this? Because we're going to have... we're going to have... surface to orbit weapons anyway. So what benefit does this get us? Got the same chance to hit as our main exploration cruiser. It's a lot more ship to build, and we have to build it in a naval shipyard on Earth. Or, well, we can build it on the planet. It's going to take a long time to build. We also need to put a military shipyard on the planet for them to be able to build it. Excuse me. The only bonus we really do get from this is the fact that we have active search sensors. But we don't need the guns for this. Because we can put guns on the planet, right? So this could just be like we had it before, a sensor platform. Yeah, let's do that. So let's get rid of these. Sorry, I know I just wasted a bunch of time there, but it's worth having that conversation with myself. Engineering spaces. It's still going to be a military ship. This is much more tolerable. Also, this is much more tolerable. They could build this themselves. Sensor jumps is fine. That's okay. They don't need cargo show bear. Actually, they might do for maintenance supply. Diplomacy module, I don't think they need that. And they don't necessarily need 5 elints. Just do 1. 5-year deployment time. Actually, we could just do 24 because it's even 12. Like they could just be up there for a year, come back down. So you do a year's deployment. Doesn't even need a year. 9-month deployment should be fine. Let's do 18 layers of armor. Why is this making like less armor? Was that making it more build time? That was making sense. Let's do. Well, we had 30, didn't we? Yeah, it's basically all the sensors that are causing the inflation. And we don't want 5 sensors. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? So the big thermal, the big EM, big E-lint, big this, big that, big that. It's going to take 4 years to build. Let's do 12 layers of armor. Let's do 26 layers of armor. Gets under 25,000 tons, and then we can add a couple more engineering, maybe. Okay, 25,000 tons. 9-month deployment. 26 layers of armor. I mean, the benefit here is I'm thinking this is going to draw their fire, meaning that the planetary STOs, surface to orbit weaponry, have like they'll take 0 casualties in theory, because they'll be trying to kill this thing, right? In theory, this is my theory. Let's research you. Let's research you. Let's research you. Okay, and I think that's all good. So we can start the research on that. Could be a conscript. We do want the officers though for this. Yeah, I think that works. That'll be fine. I'm going to just nip to the loo and grab a fresh coffee. But we'll queue these up when I come back. So I'm just going to save that. I will be back in a jiffy. We have returned. Apologies. I figured it was lunchtime, so I went and got myself a sandwich. Oops. Apparently I turned the volume on my phone as well, but that's okay. I should probably put this on charge now. Mouse is charged, hopefully enough to get through the rest of the stream, but if not, we'll see. We'll just swap them around again. Ugh. Okay. So, where were we? Oh yeah, we just finished designing our space station orbital habitat sensor platform thing. We've got a new tug as well that we need to research the engine for, and then we can build that. How big was that tug? 92,000 as opposed to 53. Okay. So we've got a spare shipyard we can use for that. Five slipways though. I think I'll just increase this. We'll obsolete the Boreas and we'll just use the Boreas XL. Because there's no need to have the Boreas if we've got the Boreas XL, right? So if we continue the capacity and then we do 95,000 and then we'll retool that to the XL. We can build a Delta already, and we can build a Carillion, which we will do. We'll go to Earth, we'll go to Industry. We are currently building these mines. We do still want those, we do still want the Caspians, but we'll build the Caspians second. Well, third. Let's build a... how many million people do we want there? Do 5, and then we'll have 1 Carillion. Move this down. Actually, we'll move the Caspian up. The Carillion can be built last. The Caspians, we need the Caspians for fuel because we are going to run low on fuel pretty soon. Let's progress time. Methane removed from Edinburgh 4. Beautiful. We could remove the nitrogen as well, but actually we'll just leave it. There's no harm the nitrogen being in the atmosphere. We'll add 0.1 atmospheres of oxygen. Okay, now that was spicy. Good amount of pepper on my egg and cheese butty. Shipyard modified. The Majestic class completed its retooling. Okay, so we can build some of the Majestics now. And we absolutely will do. We can also build the Churchill from this. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And we don't need to, but that's good to know that we can. We're currently building them in a commercial shipyard, so that's fine. We'll build 4 Majestics, and they're going to go into the survey and exploration yards. Yeah, we can afford those. Running a little bit shy on iridium. Have we got iridium elsewhere? We have some on Mercury to move over. Yeah, some on Cardiff too. Yeah, we are building it up slowly. Building up 2,000 a year. We need more. Good boy. Mountain warfare capability. No, the ground force person died and then all of their queue got fallen over. Okay, that's fine. Jake Ryan. Can you pick up where they left off, please? And also, by the way, here's a queue of stuff. Just do it in order. You just do all of these things, please. Thank you very much. This one, this one, this one, this one, and then this one. And then we'll tag that on at the end if you do get a chance, but I suspect you will probably have died by this point, so we'll see. Don't say you died immediately. Oh no, you didn't have enough labs to cover that, did you? So you can have a lab, and you can have 2 more. That's nice. That fire control range boost is going to be helpful. Excuse me. Okay, Edinburgh 8, Moon 19. All traces of methane have been removed from the atmosphere. Again, we'll leave the nitrogen there, it's not a problem. We will add 0.1 atmospheres of oxygen. Oh, Riverlands and Sol. Go on, you bitch. Go and get Jupiter and then get shot. Go on, you know you want it. Oh shit, you tried to do the thing that I told you to do and you got shot by all these people. Did you manage to do any damage? You did manage to do some damage. You destroyed 18 of the thorium harvesters on that. That's incredibly rude, and 4 large fuel stores. Okay. That's unfortunate. But we can repair this now. We can drag this back to Earth, and we can put it in the repair yards, and then we can bring it back. So we'll pass time forward 5 more seconds, because you won't have a chance to do any more damage, but we will be able to wreck you. So, target destroyed. Okay, let's have a look at that Caspian. Fuel operations. Okay, so this Caspian did get some damage. This one did not. Yeah, they probably should have more than 1 layer of armor, to be fair. Although these are space stations, so they can't have armor. That's fine. So you lost about 1/3 of your production. You lost 18. So we will grab the cook. All of you need to be in the terraforming group. Give you all names in a minute. Not the cook, we need the Boris. The Boris, can you go to the Jupiter fuel harvesters, please? And tractor Caspian 4 and release it on Earth for a second. And just refuel while you're there. Alien shipping Cardiff got wrecked. Alien shipping Stevenage about to get wrecked. Oxygen added to Cambridge 2. What? Okay, that was weird. I think because it's... No. I thought maybe because it was in all the colonies, but it's not. It's in terraforming sense. Okay, so oxygen is in there. We need something to balance out the atmosphere. And we need to reduce the temperature very slightly. So we'll add some frixium in. So we'll do 0.2 frixium. Did I click add there? I did, okay. Hello, Oscar Bear. Here's a good boy. Boris has completed orders, so now we should be able to go to our Halford shop. In fact, Halfords might not be able to. Repair. Yeah, you can't, but you can. So you can repair that. That's going to take you barely any time at all. Like a month. Okay, and then we will grab the Boreas. We will say go to the Caspian 4. Tractor the Caspian 4 and put it back where you found it. And then come back to Earth and refuel, and you're done for the day. Have we got any more arrows available? And no, you're doing a job of moving deep space tracking. You're also doing deep space tracking. Have we just queued? We may have queued up extras. Oh, you're on cycle moves as well, you dipshit. You shouldn't be doing cycle moves. How many deep space tracking stations have we moved to places we didn't need to? Let's have a look. You've got 10. Great. You don't have any. Great. You don't have any. You don't have any. You don't have any. You have 10. You don't have any. Okay, so that's fine. I don't think Mercury needs any. I think Mercury's covered by Earth. I think Callisto would benefit from those ones on Mercury. How many of these have you done? I suspect a lot. Okay, so you're taking things to Edinburgh 6. So what's Edinburgh 6 got? "52 deep space tracking stations." Okay, we don't need that. Okay, so that's fine. You stop doing that. You don't bother doing that? Question mark? Where are you currently going? You're on your way to Cambridge 3. Cambridge 3. currently has 7. Okay, so I mean, sure. Auto route to Cambridge. 3 unload installations. Route back to Glasgow, Manchester, Seoul, Earth, and stop. You guys, you're currently not doing anything now. You're not carrying anything either. Go to Earth, refuel. Right, the Churchills have been done. So let's grab the first one. Where do we put them? They're in the industrial fleet, aren't they? Yeah. So we need to create a new admin here, actually. This is going to be an industrial task, I think. And create admin. It's going to be 3.4. Jump point stabilization. And you need to be, let's do, no worries, have a good day. Bye. Let's do engineering. Engineering, we'll do production, I guess. Doesn't really come under any of this, does it? Logistics. And it needs to be a commander. But they're all under one group now, so that's fine. So, first one, we will send him up to Fleetwood. So, we will auto route to Newcastle. Cheltenham hasn't been stabilized yet, so once you've done Cheltenham, go through, stabilize the way back to Newcastle, then stabilize the route to Fleetwood, but don't stabilize the way back yet. Then when you've done that, Fleetwood, stabilize jump point, go Fleetwood. Go to... No. Remove Newcastle, then route to Sol, go back to Earth. Number 2, we will say stabilize the route to Swansea. Actually, no, yeah, we will send number 1 to stabilize the route back from there, because it doesn't matter if there's NPRs or anything here. If there are, they're going to come to us, but then we're going to find information out about them anyway. So I'm not too worried. They might kill us and they might end the series. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so stabilize the route to Fleetwood. Go to Fleetwood. Stabilize the route back to Cheltenham. Then you should be able to go back to Earth. So Earth. Okay. Churchill number 2, we're going to do the same. We're going to route to Swansea. We're going to stabilize the route to Nottingham. I'm going through Nottingham, stabilize the route back. And then going to go to Stevenage, Dundee. Stabilize the route to Dartmouth. Go through Dartmouth, stabilize the route back to Dundee. And then route back to Earth. And then number 3, we'll get number 3 to go this way because he's got quite a lot to do. Number 3, we will auto route to Londonderry, which I haven't actually done any colonization on yet. We'll stabilize all of these in here. And then we'll go through to Bristol. We've stabilized those 2. Go to Preston. Stabilize the route to Dover and Exeter. Then we'll go to Exeter. Stabilize the route back to Preston. Go to Dover. Stabilize the route back to Preston. And then back to Bristol, then to Londonderry, then to Aberystwyth, stabilize the route back to Londonderry. Green Rock, stabilize the route back to Londonderry. And Peterhead, stabilize the route back. And then go back to Sol, go to Earth. So that's going to take you about 8 years. It's going to take you 3 years, and it's going to take you about 4 years. So you actually, we don't want you to go back to Earth just yet. So do Dundee, go back to Dundee, go back to Stevenage. Stevenage to Liverpool, Liverpool to Aberdeen. Then to Sheffield, then to Norwich, stabilize Norwich, go through Norwich, stabilize route back to Sheffield. Then you can go back to Earth. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. So let's save that because that was a lot of faffing around. Who's a good boy?
Are you the best boy? Are you just chilling?
Did you like that little bit of egg that I gave you? He loves egg and he loves cheese. So I had his favourite dinner today. So we shared a bit, didn't we? Eh? You didn't get as much pepper though today. You just got a little bit. Oh my god. Oscar Bear. Oh, could do with a sleep now. No, I've had 4 coffees, but I'm exhausted. I don't know what that's about. Well, no, I do know what that's about. It's the diabetes and the blood pressure medication and the neuropathy medication. Fucking my ass. But that's okay. At least I'm alive. Lieutenant Commander Mai-Han Trang, assigned as commanding officer of this. That's not important. Pickup failed. Aurora 14 was unable to load deep space tracking stations from Mercury. Okay. So, was I... Yeah, Earth can more than cover Mercury. Even on the smallest range, Earth and Mars pretty much cover the gap. There's a little bit of a thing here, but it should be fine. Why is Mars got a bigger... Oh no, Mars doesn't. Mars is 100. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So if we're looking at 10s, then yeah, 10s, we do have a bit of a gap. We could put some on Venus, though. I thought we had a colony on Venus. Oh, we do, but it's just a... defensive station, isn't it? We should put one on Venus. Right, Arrow 14 was it? 14. Remove all, go to Earth, load... one deep space tracking, put it on Venus for me, please. That's Earth refuel. Arrow 24. You're on your way back. Okay. Blackpools. Can you go and unfuck? Oh no, you're doing a bunch of... Yeah. Why are you set to cycle as well? I mean, the silver line is you had a sequence of orders that were taking you like 10, 20 years, I think. How many cargo shuttle stations are on Glasgow Prime right now? Have you also fucked up? Yes, you don't need cargo shuttle stations there. For God's sake! For God's sake, man! What are you doing? Don't do that! You know it was a stupid order! So you're currently carrying nothing. So you must have been on your way back. So, Glasgow Prime. Load installation. Jesus Christ, we're going to have to overfuck much stuff here. Load me 3 cargo shuttle stations. Sandiford need anything picking up as well? Yeah, you don't need that, so just load me 1 of those. What else have you got? Mass driver, automated mine. How many mass drivers do you need actually at Sandiford? You only need 1 right now. Yeah, so you both have like 4 mass drivers. You don't need them. Sandiford load installation. Give me 3 of your mass drivers, please. We have room for 10 cargo slots, so it's 3, 6, 7. 6, 7. I'm so sorry. We'll leave you with 2, I guess. So we need those 3 there. That's 10. And then can you come back to Earth, please? Dump everything you've just taken there on Earth. How long is that going to take you? We will never know because it goes off screen. Okay, so once you've done that, tell me. Arrow 14, you are going to infinitely move those. Stop doing cycle orders, you dumbass. Am I just ticking that by like instinct, muscle memory or something? I don't remember ticking it or unticking I've been quite good in this campaign up to now to avoid doing that. Refuel. Let me check the other orders. So you are on cycle moves because you are moving infrastructure from Mercury to Cardiff 3. Cardiff 3. Is Cardiff 3 otherwise known as Cardiff Prime? Was it Cardiff 3 when I set the order? It was. It was. Okay, so what is your situation? So you're getting infrastructure, you still need infrastructure, that's fine. What is Mercury's situation? Mercury's still got enough here. We worked out that they needed like 11,800 or something, so we're leaving 12,000 infrastructure. They will continually build infrastructure as well, which is helpful. Yeah, you don't need 4 cargo shore stations either. Okay, we need to reconsolidate everything back on Earth. Okay. Okay. So you can carry on doing that until you can't do it anymore. You are taking 1 deep space tracking thing to Venus. That's great. Let's load another deep space tracking and take it to Pluto. I'm just going to put a deep space tracking station on everywhere we've got a STO, so that they go in the right groups here, because then they'll go into listening stations, because they're not mines. And then, in theory, these other colonies down here should all just be asteroids that we want to put things on, put mines on. Deep space tracking station. I want you to put one on. What else do we have? Cordelia. Excuse me. Atlas. Belinda. Miranda, that was definitely one. Janus, you were one as well. Unload installations. Earth Lord. Another one of you. Metis was one. Earth Lord installation. I feel like Nereid was one, but I could be wrong there. Ophelia was one. Some of these might have minerals as well, but unload installations. I think maybe Styx was one as well. Actually, no, I think Styx was a mine, wasn't it? Yeah, Styx has iridium. Ophelia? Yeah, that was a thingy. Nereid. Nereid was a mine. Okay. Pandora. Should have spotted that one. And Prometheus as well. Go to Earth, load installation, deep space tracking, Prometheus. Unload. So then in theory the rest of them should just be orbital mine, or well, auto mines that we need to put down. And then we can get Sol fully sorted. What about the other group? The 24s. You're on your way back to Earth. When you get back to Earth, tell me. Okay. Right, you're back on Earth now. What are you guys doing? You're moving installations. Not installations, infrastructure. Cardiff 3? Cardiff 3. Oh, Cardiff Prime. You are... You know what? It's fine. We'll just build more deep space tracking stations. Oh, sham, you fucking doofbag. What do you do? Deep space tracking. How big? Oh, they need uridium. And we don't have a huge amount of uridium. Yeah, we don't want to put 3 on every single planet, do we? Okay, we're going to have to just remove that and do it all again. Thankfully, it has... Oh, they can only take 1 at a time anyway. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, they can only take 1 load, and they're not going back picking up the others. It's just doing that one there. So you see how now it's got DST next to it. So if we now go into our list of things here, we've got a populated systems group here, automated mining colonies. And then anywhere that doesn't have an automated mine and isn't populated but does have a deep space tracking system will just be a listening outpost. So that pulls them out of this group here. So then this group should just be mines by the end of it, or places we want to mine. So this list will condense massively. So like this one here, this is a mine. Belinda is not a mine. Belinda is going to get a deep space tracker. And then also we know which colonies have our troops on. So if we ever need to move them, we can do. We can do that from here anyway, but just makes it more visual for me. Okay, Arrow. Go to Earth, load installation. We want to move all of these automated mines to places in... Well, places in Sol that need a mine. But we'll wait until Arrow 14 has done their job. What can you do in the meantime? We could move infrastructure. In fact, let's move infrastructure and let's move it to Manchester Prime. Because they could do with a bunch more infrastructure. And then go back to Sol. Go to Earth and refuel. And then cycle moves. Yes, we do want to do that. Do we have another Caspian yet? We do not. What are we currently building on Earth? We're building mines for the next 6 months. And then we are working on the orbital habitats and then the Caspians. EM sensor sensitivity 11 has been researched. It's fantastic news. And you know what? Since you've done such a good job there, it must have been Lysander. Can you grab the rest of these little research projects and get them finished off? And then when you've done that, I'll reward you with even more work. As is true to life. Let's get the fire controlled speed rating. Yeah, that works. Oxygen on Cambridge 3 has reached its required level. Cambridge 3 does not want to be... Oh, probably because it's got a different name here. So this should be rename Cambridge Prime. I think Cambridge 3 is Cambridge Prime. Could be wrong. Sure it is now. Technically it is the biggest of the colonies that's not Venusian, so sure. Cambridge Prime. So rename body Cambridge Prime. So even though this is the easiest one to terraform, this is the one that's going to give us the most pops. Okay. So now if we close this, open this. Well, next time it pops up, it should come up with the right thing because it's got the right name. So Cambridge Prime. So you've got the right level of oxygen now. That's great. Need to bring your temperature up, don't we? Temperature. So we're going to go for Artesium. Add, and we'll do 0. You're gonna need at least one full atmosphere there, aren't you? Let's do 1.3. Might need more, might need less. I genuinely have no clue. You were unable to load cargo shuttles from Sandyford. Why? Oh, because a cargo shuttle station takes 10 things to move. Yeah, of course it does. Okay, so you go back to Earth and drop that off for me. Go back to Manchester Prime, Glasgow, Sandyford, load installation. Take the second one. And then go back to Sol. Unload all installations, refuel the Sol while you're there. Glasgow, Sandyford, load, and we only want to load 3 mass drivers. And then we want to go to Glasgow Prime and we want to load up 4 mass drivers. And then we want to go to 5. Jesus Christ. I mean, I suppose you can probably justify 5 because you've got 50 auto mines, but you won't have anywhere near the production to send 25,000. I don't imagine you will anyway. Glasgow 3? No, you barely even won. Okay, so we'll go to Glasgow 3, load installation. I think we can only cope with another 3. 3, 6, 10, yeah. And then go back to Sol. Go to Earth, unload installations. Route back to Glasgow. Go to Glasgow 3, load installations. So we've taken 3, so you'll have 1 left. So no, you'll have 2 left. So we'll take 1 of those. Glasgow 2, load. We will take 4 of those. Let's go 5. Load. We will take one of those. Glass Sandiford, load. You need mine. You won't have that. Load installations, mass driver. You don't need 5 mass drivers either. How many do we have space for? We have space for 4, which I think is good. Oh no, you're loading 4 already, so you do, those 5 won't be there. So then go back to Sol, go to Earth, unload. Go back to Glasgow, go to Sandiford, and just move there and tell me when you've done that. Gallicite deposits on Swift Tuttle have been expunged. Exhausted. Okay, so Swift Tuttle's just got those 7 orbital mines. We do need the Duranium and the Macassium, so we'll carry on mining that. It's going to take 100 years at this rate to get rid of it, but that's fine. Sensor reduction 80% on the cloak is researched. I'm tempted to leave this now because we've got, well, we're going to have a colony that has a 70% boost to defensive things, which actually is going to be a 70% boost. Is it 70% times the 5 as well that they get from this? From being specialized? I can't remember. I suppose we'll find out. So yeah, we'll hold off on defensive systems at the minute. Let's work on. Let's work on wealth, just to make sure we don't fall behind on that. Herco Kitinoja, can you do that for me? Thank you. Arrow 14 is complete orders orbiting Prometheus. Okay, so now we should have a pretty good spread. Maybe not a good spread, but we've got a spread of what do you call them? If you go to this one, yeah, got good good coverage there. There should be some further out. No. Where's Pluto at? Pluto's over here. Yeah, so Pluto's got some as well. Neptune's not got any. I thought we put some colonies on Neptune. Nereid, I told you it was fucking Nereid. Oh no, Nereid is yes, we weren't protecting the Neptune, the actual colony. But Nereid is a mining colony around Neptune. Is that the only thing around Neptune we've got? It is. Yeah, so Nereid, we could do Triton. Because I'm quite partial to Triton. Yeah, let's create a colony here, and this can be a deep space tracking. So you, is it 14? Yep. Go to Earth, load a deep space tracking station, and unload it on Triton. And then refuel. You're just doing that infrastructure as much prime, that's great. How how much infrastructure does Manchester Prime have currently? A lot, but it needs a lot because it's got a ridiculous colony cost. And a sector governor has died again. So we need a civilian administrator who's rank 6 or above. Tommy! Tommy, please tell me you have some good stats. Shipbuilding, production, wealth creation, and logistics. Shipbuilding, production, wealth creation, and logistics. That's not a bad spread, to be fair. Let's have a look at terraforming, wealth creation, ground construction, and mining. Troy, you suck. Tommy, you're a contender at the minute, to be honest. Sinead. You are the Academy Commander of Luna. You can't be assigned anywhere else. That's cheating. Shores van Tenkelberg. That's an amazing name. Tecklenburg. Schultz. An Viet Chung. I think you're the winner. Although Leon Friedrichsen of Ganymede is pretty good as well. Terraforming 20. No wealth creation. Whereas you've got no terraforming, but you do have wealth creation. I think I'd rather have the terraforming speed, to be honest with you. 15 ground construction versus 10. Nah, that's fine. 15 versus 20. Mining, that's not a big deal. I think, Leon, you're the undisputed champion of the world. Well, actually, you're just the undisputed champion of the soul sector. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. Right, let's turn these passive sensors off. Right, so now if I go into my list of colonies, we've got all of these lovely listening posts. We could obviously put more listening posts on each of these if we want to, but that keeps them here out of this list. So all of these people should be mines. Which means we don't need to fucking look about to see which ones are worth doing. Well, we do still need to see which ones are worth doing because some of them are better than others. Gyptus is not a mine, but it's also no longer a colony because we mined the shit out of it. It's also, I don't think it's currently being mined. Delete pop. Gyptus. See, we would never have found that if we hadn't been doing what we were doing. It would have just stayed there. Haley Bop or Hal Bop. Okay, you're all good. Fucking 1 gallicite. 1 ton of gallicite. It's just sat on the top of the surface as well. You don't need to dig for it. Just land on the planet, instantly get the notification that gallicite has run out. Tema, yeah. Triton needs to be moved up, but that's currently on with. Okay, so all the rest of these are all also mine locations. So once our good friend has finished moving all of the infrastructure, which may take him some time. Yeah. We'll wait till the guy doing the deep space tracking is done with his task. And then we'll send him around to do orbital mine. Not orbital mines, auto mines. Spinal rapid trained on Earth. Thank you very much. Arrow's completing orders. Thank you. Right, Arrow 14. Can you now, if you don't mind, drag some auto mines to some places? This is going to take you quite some time. So none of these DSTs. We just want you. Unload installation. Earth. What's your range? 366 billion. Okay. Just need to keep an eye on that. Just need to blow my nose. Ugh. Need to have a shave today as well. I can pull it. Ew. I can pull the old beard. It's getting a bit warmer as well though, so like it's aggravating me a little bit. We did 2002, so let's do 2003. This is a really probably an efficient way to do this because the there'll be different size, sorry, massively different distances from Earth. But it's fine. We would have to do them anyway. It's not like we're going around them. We're only doing one back, one back, one back, one back. If they could carry multiple, then we might want to work out which is the best way to go around. But I'm not fussed. UZ14 is done. So this one now. No, we don't want to do space tracking station. That's muscle memory for that. We want automines, please. And then we want 2010 Earth load automine. 2017 Earth load. We've got 8 billion people on Earth now. That's fantastic. Brixia unload Earth load automine. C 2017. This one. It's gonna take so long to get. We're gonna skip over that one. We're gonna go to Chromas. Unload installations. I'm going to go to Earth refuel. Then we're going to load installations. I'm going to go automated mine and watch this 124 jump right the fuck up. This one unload installations. Yeah, it just doubled. Then go back to Earth and refuel. That's why we needed to refuel that one. It's only going to take you like 600 days though so far, because these guys are pretty quick. Load installation, automine, Cromlin. I thought we'd done Cromlin, but okay. Go to Earth, load installation, automine, Dido. Load installation, automine, Elara. Go to Earth, might as well refuel over there. Load auto mine. NK. Earth load auto mine. They unload Earth load auto mine. Just checking I'm doing the right thing. So phase there, yeah. Halibop. Earth load automine. Hades Comet. Herschel Wrigley. Yanth. Lord Automines. Iris. Used to play Final Fantasy 11 with a girl called Iris. Back in the day. Marigon. Unload. Earth. Load installation. Automated mine. Massalia. Salia McNaught Russell. So no, this is not the most entertaining thing, but it needs doing. Unload all installations there. Got Earth. Load. Water mine. What was that Nereid that we just did? Yeah. New Jimin. So we're still only at 465 billion kilometers. Bear in mind, this was the one that added about 250 billion kilometers to the journey. So we've done all of this and still not gone past 465. Who's that? New Jimin. Paris. Earth, Lord, installation, order mine. Psych. Mars. Right, Schmog's younger sister. Schmars. She smells nice. Simile. I don't know what the voice. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sinope. Unload. Earth. Load. Installation. Automine. Stefano Taylor. Unload. Earth. Load. Automine. Sticks. Unload. Earth. Load. Automine. We've fucking definitely not tick cycle moves on this. Although we could tick cycle moves on this because we need automines on all of these places. We don't necessarily need a lot of them, just as long as they're doing something and that categorizes them all in the right section. What was the last thing we did? Sticks. Tenet. Load. Installation. Automine. Temple 1. Earth. That's a refuel here this time. Automine. Vesta. Windows Vesta. Whipple. Wheeled. And one last one, please. Wolf Harrington. Okay. So that's you got orders. You're doing that. That's going to take you a while. You're doing this. That's going to take you a while. We are building... how many more ground troops are we building? We could do with building some more, queuing some more up. But actually we're at a point now where we need to start building up more financial centers. Building the 533, but we might be able to build more actually. So we go to Empire Mining. We actually have 100,000, but we only have 64,000 on Earth. We're only bringing in 5 million a year, most of that from Mercury. So Mercury could benefit from more mines as well. Mercury is currently building mines, I think, as well. Yes. Albeit slowly. Why do they have automated mines and mines? It's fine with me. We can we'll move these back to Earth as well. When we've got some more operator capability. Stevenage has got an alien in it for at least 30 seconds. Glasgow has an alien in it. Stevenage no longer has an alien in it, but the Cerulean did take some damage. And terraforming modules did get damaged in the process. Stevenage, what kind of... Yeah, you've got good long range on your lasers. I suppose you just didn't take them down fast enough, that's all. Oh, hey, Glasgow. Glasgow's got the old standard, basically just absolutely pepper them. The problem is they can get close enough to do some damage to us. Losses suffered on Glasgow, so they actually managed to take out 2 of our defense towers. That'll never do. We shall send over more defenses eventually. Because Glasgow will not fall. Not today. Not under the glory of the English Empire. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Automated mines has begun. Automated mines is completed. Orbital habitats has begun. Orbital habitats will not take very long. 27 days, I think we worked out. Active sensors, yeah, great. We need to build some more of those defense towers. Just queued up another 4. Okay, the first of our Delta orbital habitats has been built. Let's send the Carlisle across to Dundee with a couple of defense towers. Auto routes to Dundee, Dundee Delta Prime, unload all ground units, and then pan back to Sol, refuel Earth. Do that. I won't be able to queue that again because you'll be able to load that unit, will you? Load ground unit, load the second defense tower, also route to Dundee, Delta Prime, unload, route back to Sol, got Earth and refuel. Cook, you've got 10 cargo capacity waiting for me. Can you load oh god, load a spaceport, Q to Dundee, Delta Prime, don't refuel there, Delta Prime, unload installations, then come back to Sol, refuel Earth, do that another 3 times to send 1 full spaceport over there, and then 10 when you've done that. And can you, the Boreas, you actually can't, well you can, but it's going to take you a long ass time. Space station, can we detach the Delta? Delta, can you go to Earth and load colonists? How's the retooling done for... Oh, we never did it. Okay, that's 9. Oh no, we did. We just didn't retool for the XL. No, not add slipway. Retool. The Boreas XL, which is not ready because we're still waiting on this research, which is 2179, 8,000 ton. we not got that queued up? Bollocks. Um, you're not doing anything massively important. If you can grab that for me, and then do the Tomahawk fusion reactor, which I don't think we need anymore. Then go back on that one, and then when you've done that, if you can grab the inertial, sure. And then we should hopefully be able to build our tug ship relatively quickly. Space Raiders in Cardiff. Thought the Arrow got nuked then. No, it was the Space Raiders. Okay, Terraform report. Addition of oxygen to the atmosphere of Edinburgh 4 has reached the quiet level. Edinburgh 4. Okay. So you just need to balance that out and add some water. So you need more temperature, so you can have a Tesium. And we will do 1.2 for this. It might not need that much, but we'll see. Glasgow's got some hostiles. Had some hostiles. Second orbital habitat's done. The new engine is ready for the Boreas XL. Okay, so we can retool that. That's only going to take. Oh, it's going to take like 3 years. I suppose it was a fair bit different. It's a much bigger ship. It's got a much bigger engine. You can't just slap boosters on the side of it, apparently. It's fine. Let me done in 3 years. Oof. Son of a gun. Well, I suppose in 3 years you might actually be able to move using the Boreas regular. We go to fleets. And then we want to route to Dundee. I'm going to drop it off here. Now you say right now, you say that's going to take you 30 days. I'm telling you right now, it will not take you 30 days. Let's see. It's going to take you 5 years. Yeah, so you'll basically be almost there by the time the first XL ship is back up and running. Come back to Earth and refuel. It won't take them 5 years to come back, thankfully, but we'll see. Actually, they're probably going to run out of fuel on the way there. New relation. Okay, that's fine. They got wrecked already. That's fantastic news. Defense tower facility trained on Earth. Ship construction, so the third. Delta is ready. Oh god, the ground unit scientist guy who had a bunch of queued up stuff has retired. He decided it was not worth studying this for the rest of his fucking life. Which I get it. Just do these two for now. Got one more delta to build and then should be good. And then we're working on the Caspians next for the fuel harvesters. Addition of Phrygium to the atmosphere of Cambridge 2 has reached. Cambridge 2. No, I don't know. Weird. Phrygium. Okay, so we added a little bit too much Phrygium there. So let's remove that. Let's do 0.1. And then we'll fill up the rest of the atmosphere with nitrogen. What did you just complete? Oh, the Carlisle's finished moving those troops over. That's great. The orbital habitats are built. We're now working on the fuel harvesters. Oxygen added to Edinburgh 8 Moon 19. That's great. So you're going to need a Tesium to begin to warm up. So I think we'll start with 1.5 because you're quite low. Caspian's been built, so we can move that to Manchester straight away. Defense tower facility trained on Earth. Did we move some defense towers around those bases in Manchester yet? We go to Manchester. We go here. We did. Okay. They've got a nice big range actually. So now we need to grab... Oh, the Boreas is also out of commission while it's moving that guy, isn't he? Whereabouts have they got to? Where is this? So if we go to Salt... So we're looking for the Boreas. So you've barely got... You've barely got a third of the way to the jump gate to get out. Okay, we've got some new Majestics. There are exploration ships. We need to reassign some admins because that's goofed everybody up. How are you doing on fuel? You're not going to be able to get there, are you? You're 90%. Caspian constructed and assigned to a space station. That's fine. I'm tempted to tell this guy just to drop the ship. Yeah, I think for now let's drop. Let's bring the ship back because he's not. There's no. I mean, the Boreas XL is still going to need a long time to move it, isn't it? So we might as well move it as far as we can. But let's just do. Let's detach this for right now. Let's go back to Earth and refuel. Let's go and load from the space station fleet. Let's track to a Caspian. Let's go to Manchester. Manchester 2. Release track to ship. Go back to Earth. Grab the second one. Okay, 9, yeah, go back to Manchester. Drop that on Manchester 2 as well. Release track to ships. Back to Sol, back to Earth and refuel, and then come back and pick this guy up. Which is the Delta. And then we're going to go to Dundee with it. Here we're going to release track to ships, and then we're going to go back to Sol, back to Earth. So you might just have to do it in chunks like this. And when we need the tug to move something, then we'll do that. Okay, another Caspian done there. That's okay. We'll just leave that. Jump drive 10 is done. We're now researching inertial confinement fusion reactors. Another Caspian's done. Yeah, the Boris is back doing his job. Cook has completed orders. What was the cook doing? I think the cook was just moving something for me, wasn't he? Yeah, you were moving those these things. Spaceports. Those are the words. Okay, so you're doing that. Can you now, if you don't mind, go and do your main job, your salvage job, because there are a few wrecks here and there. Just go and clean up the area. The Queen's coming. Get the good china out. Removal of frigging from atmosphere of Cambridge 2 has reached the required level. Cambridge 2. Okay, that's actually bang on. Probably a little tiny, a fraction too warm. So we'll do Phrygium, add gas, and we'll do 0.105. Oh no, a troop transport in Seoul. However, will we cope? And you're in Mercury, and you got wrecked. Oh, we took out the small ship. They haven't landed troops yet. They have landed troops now. We wrecked the destroyer escort, and now we wrecked the troop transport. So there's no more ships. They've just got the ground troops, and the ground troops are about to find out why you don't land on Mercury. They lost 7,987 troops, supply troops. They lost 2,227 elite infantry, 170 anti-tank teams, 98 resupply, 4 headquarters. We lost 43 shock troops, 20 anti-personnel troops and machine gun troops, and 11 anti-vehicle infantry. But that's fine because we've got a lot of supplies there. They went from 30,300 to nothing in 8 hours. Complete and utter devastation. He's still not made. He's just made it halfway. The tug has made it halfway. Well, halfway to Liverpool. What's Liverpool look like? I think Liverpool is just like quite a small one to get through, isn't it? It's DST. Yeah, Liverpool, Seoul to Stevenage, and then Stevenage. Stevenage from there to there, yeah. Once they're in Dundee, though, they're okay. They're homeward bound. Well, you would think. They might still get attacked on the route, but we'll see. How far is it this way? Okay, so it's longer here than... This is the longest bit of the journey. Blackpool's completely noise. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I need a wee. Back in a minute. I have returned. Just had myself a little snack. Okay, so let's carry on here. So the Boreas is very nearly made it to the Liverpool jump point. Some more troops trained on Earth. I think we are going to need more than 2 STOs on Dundee, though. I think Dundee is now that we know what it is as well, it's a defense boosting construct. I think we need a substantial defensive force there. So I'm going to use our Clinton XL to load 5 defense towers, and we'll have 7 total. Excuse me, good lord. And then we'll take those to Dundee. Unload all ground units. And then come back to Earth. Just going to zoom right past you. You actually made it there and back before you made it out of the system. That's funny. Decontamination equipment is research. We are now researching jungle warfare capability. Oh, new hostile ships in Seoul. Thank God we were far enough out. Can you imagine? Okay. So you're in Seoul. You're going after Mercury again, I guess, for some reason. So now if we go to Liverpool. So Liverpool, you're already about halfway. Okay, you're in Stevenage now. Stevenage. Okay. Thankfully, by the time we get probably around here, the shipyard should be ready to go, and then we can build the Boreas XL. The addition of oxygen on Edinburgh 6 has reached the required level. Okay. Oxygen. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Nitrogen must have already been here. So breathable atmosphere will get sorted as soon as we fix the temperature. The temperature is cold, so we need to add in Artesium. I always switch this, by the way, to something else and then back to Artesium because the amount of times I've left it and it's actually set to none, but it reads as Artesium, is far too many. So I always change it and change it back. In case anyone actually wondered why I keep doing that. I'm not crazy. My mother had me tested. We'll do 1.2 for this one as well. This place already has enough water. So as soon as we warm it up, it should become fully habitable. It may flood, given that it's ice fields and it's already got 50% water. So it may go up to full, in which case we can remove the water from it, but we'll see. Terraform report, yeah, it's fine. Go on, Boreas, you can do this. Production of the Corellians have completed at Earth, so Earth is now not doing any construction. What have we got left on Earth since we fucking apparently took everything that Earth had? We probably need... We need more deep space tracking stations, but we can't afford to build them just yet. We need more research facilities. We need, I would say, probably 10 research facilities. We do not have the Duranium to build those. Are we currently building stuff? Not in the shipyards. No, we need to wait for Duranium to come in. We might need to go and grab some Duranium from Manchester and Edinburgh and Glasgow. Let's send a few feelers out to go and do that. You're taking infrastructure, that's fine. You two are in the wrong group. You should be down in the fuel operations. And you are in Manchester too. So rename. Fuel harvester. Manchester 2 fuel harvesters. And then we should have a spare. No, we don't have a spare. We need a bastet. A bastardo. Give me one of these, bitch. We need fuel operations. Bastet. Go. We only need one. Yeah, no, we only need one. Okay, 5 days. Please don't get attacked. Please don't get attacked. Glasgow has... oh yeah, we need to go and pick stuff up, don't we? Arrow 14. If you don't mind going to Manchester, Glasgow. Load minerals. I think actually if you load all minerals, then go back to Sol. Go to Earth. Unload all minerals. Then go back to... Well, go to Edinburgh. Edinburgh Prime. Load all minerals. Go back to Earth. Unload all minerals. Then go to Manchester. Load all minerals. And go back to Earth. Unload all minerals, refuel. Then go back to Glasgow. Go back to Glasgow Prime. Load all minerals. Well, actually, no, we don't need to do it a second time, do we? We do need to pass back to Glasgow Prime. But no, we don't. Move last. If you're on Earth, you resupply, then you go back to Glasgow Prime and do it again. Yeah, cycle moves. Right, so you're doing Soul Mineral Collection Circuit, so let's rename this. And you are Sector Mineral Collection. Yeah. And then you... For you, Blackpool, we were trying to sort this mess out, weren't we? So Glasgow... Sunday finished fine. Glasgow Prime... Glasgow Prime, load installation. We want 2 shuttle stations. But you can't do 2. You can only do them 1 at a time because they take 10 units and you've got 10 units. So you take this, go back to Earth, unload installation, then route back to Glasgow, and do that again. Except the part where you go back to Glasgow, and then refuel at Earth, and 10 when you've done that. Ooh, the Endeavour has been destroyed. What the fuck? It was just the case of the STLs weren't taking them out quick enough, so that's fine. So we will pop one more. 2041 Endeavour class. Are you just like stuck there? Don't know. Okay, that's fine. Research rate 500 RP. Oh my god, that's done. Nice big ass boost to our research rate. What's the next tier of that? 600, 150,000. The Dow's at 150,000. Okay, thank you, Magdalena. I do appreciate your services there, my friend. Okay. Okay, we've downloaded some weapons tech there from there. Great. We've also finished researching the maximum engine size 250. That's real nice. So that's 7 labs remaining. Well, 7 labs returned to us, rather. Terraforming rate, we could jump another one on there. We've got a nice couple of boosts on research rates, so that won't take that long. Direct fire. We opted out of doing this, but we might research the turret. Then when you've done the turret, can you then grab the let's grab the next tier of laser. And then we'll get the next carronade as well. Because I do, and then the next particle beam stuff. Because I do fancy building a few different a few different things of weapons. We're getting railguns passively from them anyway. Reduce laser size 20 times recharge. I suppose it depends how far you can go with that. Because if you can fit like 100 fucking lasers on a ship for the same, like if you can get this down to like 0.1 size but recharge is like astronomical, you're probably not going to mind as long as you can outrange them and outmaneuver them. Because one devastating blow from this tiny little trickle of a laser, and then run away while it recharges. Glasgow. We want to go to Dundee. He's not here yet. He's coming from Stevenage. 6 inactive labs. The inertial confinement fusion reactor was killed in an accident. Ava Vanardi has become the latest superhero to be discovered. Power potion, inertial. Let's go with Ignis van Genip. 400. Jesus. Shipyard modified. The Boreas XL modifications have been done. How far is he through steepenage? He's very close. So if we go to Dundee and watch him come in, if we go to our shipyards as well and build a XL, they can start moving the other ones, and then we can laugh at how ridiculous it was that the little tiny Boreas managed to do one in the same time. We could probably add a slipway, although we don't need more than one. It depends how long they take to build, actually. They take 3 years to build. We might want to build 2. It takes less time to build a slipway. Like a lot less time. It takes a year and a third to build a slipway, year and a half. It takes 3 years to build the full ship, so we might as well just queue up a second one. We may never use it, but if we're going down the route of shipyards, space stations, then we might as well have one on deck, you know what I mean? So freighter operations is probably the best group to put them in. Okay, the new Bastard ship is done, so we can grab that. It should be in fuel operations. Okay, so you want to go to Earth refuel. Then we want to go to Manchester and Manchester Prime, transfer fuel to Colony. Tell me when you've done that. This one we will rename as Sol Fuel Collector. Minimum engine power modifier times 0.15 has been done. Let's grab the 40% liters per engine hour, and then we'll queue up. Because it's only going to take 15 years, then we'll queue up jump drive efficiency. We should probably get some of these done as well, because they're going to come in handy at some point. I ran out of fuel. Whoops. Okay, well, we've just got you going out doing your thing, haven't we? So you just go and refuel from there, and then go to Glasgow and refuel. Join and refuel target fleet. Okay, so they were trying to attack the fuel harvesters there. You won't get very far doing that now, boys. Do they not have the ability to refuel ships? Yeah, they do. Just takes them a while. If we go to the design here of the Blackpool, you said the minimum fuel to like 5,000, and then we tell this ship to detach, then go here and go there, refuel, refuel stationary fleet to minimum. Will that work? Not possible because it's moving. Okay. Well, remove all your orders then. Just sit there for a second, bastards. Then if you can go here, go to Blackpool, refuel, fleet to minimum. Okay, you have 2% fuel. How far will that get you? Like 0.7 billion. Yeah, you need more than that. Let's do Blackpool, obsolete class, Blackpool. Do 25. Excuse me. Then you need to go back to Manchester Prime. Should be able to make that. And then you should go back to Manchester Prime and refuel. Hopefully you made that. Okay, Blackpool's completed orders. Fantastic. Okay, so they've refueled. No, you haven't. Why are you telling me you've refueled? You haven't refueled. Bro, why are you lying? Wait, does Manchester not have... Manchester doesn't have a refueling depot, does it? Probably not. No, there's a refueling station. Has he just not got... Maybe he just doesn't have capacity. If you go then to... if you instead go to fleets, go to fuel harvesters, refuel from stationary tankers. That work? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you can go back into fuel operations. Rename. And we want you, if you don't mind, to go to Manchester Fuel Harvesters, refuel from stationary tankers, and then transfer fuel to Colony and just cycle that move forever. Then I want the Blackpools. I can't remember what we were doing. We were in Glasgow. We were picking something up from Glasgow Prime, I think. Yeah, we were grabbing the last of these, weren't we? So we're going to take one more of these. You carrying anything right now? No. Take one more of these. And go back to Sol, go to Earth. Unload installations, refuel. Tell me when you've done that. Inactive lab, because the capacity recharge rate 8 researcher, E-Dog Ash has retired from government service. E-Dog, what the fuck? Oh my god. Jasmine. Who's got spare capacity? You can have all 3. Actually, you can have 1. Yeah, you can have 1 as well. And then you can have the extra. As if that castle's still going. Oh my word. Castle, you are a legend, my friend. You're the world's slowest bus. But you're doing a cracking job, my friend. I think, though, it is time to retire. So let's delete your orders. Go to Sol. Go to Earth. Refuel one last time. I think we need to, you need to rest now, buddy. It's been 100 years. You've done a good stint. Mining production 20 tons. We gave that researcher an extra lab and she fluffed it. So, just give him someone else, I guess. One more? Anybody? 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 You. Primary sense strength. Planetary sense of strength, rather. Oh my Christ. Oh, never mind. That's actually good. So we downloaded 11,000 points for cloaking efficiency 6, and that caused our current researcher to go Eureka! So that's great. So we don't need to bother doing any more of this research right now. Let's do X-ray lasers instead. Uh-oh. Endeavor, can you make it? Can you make it, friend? Escape! You escaped. Well done. No, no. There's another one. They're just camping the fucking thing, aren't they? Dicks. We have some things to deal with you, though. Let's group these motherfuckers together. And let's send them... This might be tricky. This might be very tricky. Let's do waypoint. Let's just send them here. You guys go to London and go to waypoint 1. You've finished salvaging everything, I guess. That's great. Cook. in that case, can you stop doing that and stop doing that and just go and sit on Earth for a second? Unload all ship components, unload all minerals. And then when you've done that, just give me a ping. And then if we go into stockpiles, let's grab this 20cm railgun technology. Scrap all of the stuff that really isn't worth anything, except from minerals and wealth. We got a couple 100 points towards 15cm railgun technology. It's good to know. Okay, so the Riverland there is away from the gate. That's good. Okay, Majestic. Turn on your active sensors. Okay. Let's go hunting, shall we? So go move to the Cardiff Gate and then move to the Seoul Gate. And we'll just go nice and slow. Let's go hunting. Ha! You thought you could get away. You thought you'd get away. You thought you'd get away. Movement orders. Remove. Contacts. Follow. And we will follow at 165000. That's fantastic. So let's engage combat, assign all. Everyone can go to that. You can shoot the Riverland when you get in range, but not right now. Assign all. Assign fleet. Fleet fire at will. I guess we can't until we're in range. Slow down, bitch. What's the weapon range? Okay, so our weapon range is inside our own dot. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so we are in range of them. That took a 1.5 day. Okay, and now we can open fire. Assign fleet. So now they should all have the same guns and the same target. And then open fire. Oh, well, fleet fire at will, I guess. Yep, that works. And then we should only have to wait 5 seconds. What do? We hit 15 times. We penetrated the hull 15 times. 87% chance to hit. That's it. That's really good. And that was only with 2 of our lasers, because some of them are still prepping. Oh no, that was with all of the lasers on 2 of the ships. 2 of the ships are still... One's got a maintenance failure and one's not ready to fire for some reason. I'm assuming their commander isn't as good. Target destroyed. There you go, 2 hits. Well, 4 hits technically. Okay, I think that is a very successful test. Do we have any... no, there's no life pods. There's just a wreck. Okay, well, you guys have proved fantastic. Let's send you out into the void. Oscar says woof. I don't know if you can tell. What's the matter, buddy? Okay, let's finish exploring Fleetwood. So, movement orders, well, ship combat first of all, let's ceasefire fleet, and you can leave your weapons equipped, that's fine. Skills, you fucking pig. Movement orders, go to Sol, go to Earth to refuel and recharge. You don't need to overhaul, it's fine. But where did we say we were going? Fleetwood. Never go to Fleetwood. It's a shithole. But we will see how it looks in game. I presume it will also be a shithole, because there ain't no fixing it. Oh my god! Well, they weren't happy with us shooting down one of their ships. I guess this is a good time to test our shit out. Okay, well, do you guys want to pick a fight with 4 of our bleeding edge survey craft? Sure, you go right ahead. Just a bit of company. Yeah. I'm glad we found them and not our civilian colony ships. Okay, so don't do that. And you don't have assigned orders, so that's fine. So, you guys, let's follow this 114 at the bottom, but we'll start attacking these top guys. So, assign fleet. We don't need to fire at them just yet, but we do need to follow them. So if we go Majestic and we go Contacts, 114, follow at a distance of 165,000, move, and then tell me when you're there, please, if you don't mind. So we won't go in auto turns, we'll do it 1 hour at a time. There we go, beautiful. How you doing anyway, Catalian? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good Monday. As good as a Monday can be, at least. Okay, we should be in range now. Okay, we are, yeah, we're out of range of them. And we can maintain out of range, hopefully. Ship combat, Majestic, or we're targeting you, assign fleet, and open fire. Not fire at will. Don't fire at will, that's a bad idea. Assign fleet, open fire fleet. Yeah. Woo! I should have done it 5 seconds there, not 20 minutes. Okay, so the first... Well, we crippled the first one. Just working. Fair enough. Yeah, I've got the day booked off today. What is he barking at? Back in 1 second. I'm assuming it's the postman. Yeah, it's just one of the new neighbours moved in. Their dog is tormenting Oscar from behind the fence. Well, Oscar's probably tormenting them, to be fair. Right, so the first ship of theirs will have been detached from their group, or will be at any minute now. Where the hell is it? It's that one. Yeah. Okay. So we took out one ship in 5 seconds, but 20 minutes. Let's grab the next one. Let's do the 49. Assign fleet, open fire fleet. I don't think I need to click open fire fleet every time. Do 5 seconds. Fire delay. Okay, that's been knocked out. Should we fleet sync on? Sync fire on. Then we can just do them in one blow. We could probably go another 5 seconds and destroy them, right? Because they're still within range. And then when they go out of range, then we can swap targets. Because that ship is now absolutely devastated. That's not coming back. Ship combat. Who's next? 50. Assign fleet. Okay, so let's stop that from moving. Wrecked it. So it's taking like 3 full barrages. So if we had 12 of these in a fleet, they're gonna just one-shot everything practically. Well, at least these ships. These ships are these are raider ships. These are raider ships. This one I think is a destroyer escort. Oh no, this is a destroyer escort. So the 2 raider ships. So the destroyer escort must be bigger, I'm guessing. No, this is actually the same size as the Riverland, and the Erie is double that. So the Erie is actually the biggest ship they've got. Okay, so we're on... We've just done the 50, now we're on the 51 assigned fleet. New wreck, okay, 3 shots. 52 assigned fleet. This is amazing. I'm loving this. Target destroyed 2. Didn't even need a 3rd round. 53 assigned fleets. And pass the time. Fire delay for a couple of seconds. Just while we retarget things. There we go. So we've wrecked that one as well. And they've decided that that might mean that they are running away. But we have other plans. Now we go on the offensive. Erie 10, assign fleet. New wreck. Area 11. Assign fleet. See, they managed to hit us because we slowed them down there. So, we want to follow the raider, the Riverland guy, slightly further back now. Now that we're chasing them, we need to stay further back. So we will contacts Riverland, follow. Let's remove that order. Riverland 14, follow. We will do 325. And we'll give him 5 seconds to get a little bit further ahead. Okay, and now what damage? Yeah, you just took some armor damage. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, this guy. These ships are fucking amazing. We could even have put less armor on them. Like, they didn't need all those layers of armor. It's just like for a precaution because the last ones had 0. But it looks like we could get away comfortably with 5 layers of armor. Knock 5 off or 4 off for however many we had. 9 layers of armor. Yes, we could go for 5. Knock off 4 layers of armor. Add more fuel or something, or more guns. But that's fine. Ship combat. We want the Erie 12. Assign fleet, please. Fire. So now, what should happen? If we do knock them out of the fleets by slowing them down, then like this, so they've just been slowed down by half. So now they're going to keep running, but they're going to run slower. But we've got a bit of a lead in range now. So we're still 200 kilometers from them, so they're still out of range. We won't be in range of them till like here. So we've got a little bit of time. We've got 2 or 3 hits worth. And plus they're still moving at the minute. And there we go. So yeah, now we take even less damage.
Bloody hell, I love this fucking game!
Sign fleet.
Let's fucking go!
Okay, they did hit us that time. But it's our fault for not having destroyed them yet. There we go. Do better, you guys. How's the damage looking? It looks like you only got hit on this ship again. Yep. So only the first ship's taking the damage. Still reasonable. It's fine. Ship combat. Let's grab the 14. Assign fleet. New wreck detected. Don't worry, we're going to come back and grab those guys. Can't just leave them out in space, that'd be cruel. Our guys need the kills. Majestic 1, ship combat. Last of the Eries. Fine fleet, baby. New wreck detected. What I might do, actually, on this, I might make a fire control that's assigned to nothing, that just has a range of 160, 180, whatever. Yeah, 160, because then we can make sure we're not in that range. Although I'm sure there is a way to do that without creating an extra component on the ship. Let's grab this guy. Nope, he's too far away. Let's grab the Riverland 109. Assigned fleet. These ones should go down real quick. Yeah, 3 shots. 3 shots, no waiting. Riverland 110. Assigned fleet. Three shots. It's looking like a good day for it. Riverland 11. Assign fleet, please. So that Riverland lasted 5 rounds. That's impressive. Riverland 12. Assigned fleet. What I should have done here as well, I should have checked their training in the grade to see how much this went up. Yeah, these guys are doing so well. I'm very happy with how this fleet turned out. Who's next? 13. Assigned fleet. One, 2, 3, 4. 4 and a bit. Okay. And now for the last one. The one that's been leading the charge, the Riverland 14. Can't run now, bitch. Now you did. And now let's go and grab your friends. So let's grab the Majestic, movement orders, contacts. We want to move to location. And we want to be at 162 just to be safe. Add move. Oh yeah, we're still trying to fire. Ship combat, ceasefire fleet. Okay. We could probably hit the 48 as well while we're here. Don't have to move. Ship combat, 49. Well, we'll hit the 49 first, actually. So that's probably what we're. I think we're aiming for the 48, aren't we? Yeah, we're aiming for the 48, which is further away. So we need to shoot the 49 before we get in range. 49. Assigned fleet. open fire fleet. Okay, that one's got destroyed. Just a nice little side swap there. And now for the final showdown. Assign fleet. Give them hell, boys. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Look at that. Not a single lost ship. That was amazing. I thoroughly enjoyed that. These fire fleet. Stand down, boys. Go home and fill your cups to a great victory. Sol, Earth. Begin overhaul. Sure, you deserve it. Get yourself some fresh engine oil. Where is the salvage crew? Come and clean up this fucking mess. What the fuck was that? I don't know if you guys heard what that was, but it sounded like the Indian chief was outside. Someone's playing Cowboys and Indians or something. That's good. That's good. Cook is unable to, as it's not a suitable destination. Is that because you think there is danger? You do think there is danger. Excuse me. Overhaul's complete. That was incredible. We can repair that with the shipyard. Might as well while we're still here. We can repair it with the Corellian as well. That's cool. Repair the Majestic. That's really cool. Ship repair. Done. Beautiful. New alien ship in Sol, Space Raiders. We could just go and take them out before they land. But there's probably no point because Mercury's just going to deal with them. Mercury's going to wreck them. Let's say movement orders for you guys. We want you to go to Fleetwood, unfortunately. And then we want you to do your survey orders. And that's it. It's as easy as that. Five. STOs all done, and now 8 hours for the combat, another 8 hours for the next combat, and then you're done. The Boreas has completed orders orbiting Earth. Fantastic. So, you know what that means? Dundee Delta Prime has an orbital habitat and 1 million Victorian population. So, we need to build. Well, no, we don't need to build, we just need to move. 10. How many do we want to move? So it takes 20 facilities. Good lord. I don't really want to build 90 arrow ships to pair up with the Blackpool, or even 190 to just do it all with the arrows. That's a lot of investment. So I think we'll do it with the Blackpool. We'll move half a research facility at a time to Dundee. Don't bother checking the danger rate, but exclude alien control. Delta Prime, unload installation. Come back to Earth. To Sol. Refuel. And then do that again. That's 1. We want 10. So I want to do that whole thing 9 more times. That's going to take you fucking 15 years. That is frustrating as hell, but it's okay. It is what it is. Delta. Right, we need colonization operations is technically. I mean, they're also technically science officers, aren't they? But they're not survey. I'm going to put them in the industrial operations group. Delta. Because they're probably going to be building things. Because they're going to have some sort of, they're going to have mines. They're going to have construction facilities. They're going to do research, which research isn't really industrial, I don't think, but research is also not surveying, I don't think. So I think it makes sense to put them under an industrial command. And we'll do create admin, we'll do 3.0. And this will be orbital habitats. And it will be an industrial operation. You need a dash there. You guys are fine. Excuse me, you're fine. Orbital habitat. So you're done. We do want an automated command assignment. We want production. We want mining. These guys won't do mining specifically. And intelligence, I guess. Actually, logistics. We'll do intelligence and logistics. And we need a commander. Yeah. That works. So what's the next plan? I think the next plan is we need the Boreas XL to bring more ships here, and we also need the freighter to bring the research labs up here. Boreas movement orders. What's your... You've refueled already, so that's fine. What's in here? Okay, so we've got a Corellian. The Corellian needs to go over there, for sure. So they can go to Dundee and drop it in the same group here. Go to Sol, go to Earth and refuel. Oh, we need to redo all the command assignments because that's fucked up. Admin command, reassign all admin commands. That should fix that. The castle 3 is completed orders. Okay. Thank you, castle, for your service. You may stand down. Should get us a bit of stuff back. Okay. Let's build 10 replacement labs on Earth. And what we will do is we will assign new. So I'm assuming it's going to take from the top one. But we'll assign new to all of them. Well, all the ones that currently don't have one. In fact, no, we'll assign new to all of them. You prick. Of course you're not that useful. I need to put some of these ideas to the forum, because they're almost certainly easy enough to do, I would imagine. But perhaps not first clear that they could be useful at first glance. What does Comet 2 have in this system? Duranium, Macassium, Verendite. Okay. Stuff we've got on there anyway, but it's fine. It's on a comet. Okay. Ship scrapped. Okay, that's fine. So the first Blackpool, the first research lab has landed. Oh, sorry, no, the first half of a research lab has landed on the Dundee Delta Prime. Shipyard modified. So we're added to Boreas Rescue Services. Yes, let's queue up a second one. Shipyard Boreas Rescue Services. I want that in the freighter operations. Boreas XL, yeah. We've got a one that's halfway built already. Don't need any more gate builders. We probably do want some more colony ships, but given we've just got rid of that 5 million capacity one as well. What do we need? Tanker. I think we've just moved a bunch of... Oh no, we've moved a tanker over there. We haven't moved the fuel with it. So we can probably create task there. I've done that in the colonization operations. That was a mistake. You're no bitch. I'm going to build 4 more of those because they were insane. I'm going to put them all in the same group though, and we're going to have some fun when they do come across enemies in their excursions. Surveying explorations, majestic, yeah. We're playing with no, maybe not. Oh no, we have Uridium on different things. We just need to go and pick it up, don't we? Uridium. I'm sure we do. Unless we've already bonked it. Iridium. We have some on Mercury that we need to bring over. Cardiff 2, Edinburgh Prime. So can Cook. You're currently doing the rounds on the salvage thing, that's fine. Blackpool, you're doing that. You do that. But don't cycle moves, just tell me when you're done. Okay. Can you first off go to Mercury? Load. In fact, have we not got someone doing Mercury? Oh no, you're just doing the asteroids, aren't you? Of course. Okay, so you. Why has Mercury not got a mass driver? Or has it got a mass driver? It's just not turned on. It has got turned on. It just doesn't have the capacity, of course, because they're producing shitloads. Okay, so actually, new plan. Go to Earth, load one of these mass drivers that you've been very carelessly putting all over the galaxy. Take it to Mercury. Refuel Earth. Do that twice. 4 times. That should give them 25,000 ton capacity. Fantastic. So now we shouldn't need to ever pick anything up off Mercury again, because they're never going to get stronger than that. What's everywhere else looking like? Titan's good. Mercury's on its way. Luna, I forgot to change this to Earth when we put it back on. So they are currently producing just less than 5,000, but they've got a huge stockpile, so they'll be fine eventually. It will just take a while for that to go down. We're not shy on casting over and down on Earth anyway, so that's okay. Callisto has a big stockpile. Is it because they also have... No, they've got a 20,000 ton mass driver. They're producing 21,000, that's why. So let's do that with them as well. Let's go movement orders, go to Earth, refuel, load installation, mass driver, go to Callisto, unload installations, 2, 4, 8. Jungle warfare capabilities research. Now we're next to do Rift Valley warfare research. Okay. Mass drivers on Callisto should now be able to keep up. Yeah, they've got 60,000 ton capacity. Earth is not sending anything anywhere. That's good. So their mass driver income should increase now, and then you should get a lot more facility. We should probably add another couple on Mercury as well, just to get rid of this this stockpile they've accumulated. But I think the most critical thing is we get that iridium. So let's just go and grab the iridium. Mercury, load mineral type, iridium, dump that on Earth, unload all minerals, and then just refuel, and then that's you done for a second. Now you were previously moving infrastructure. I don't know how I feel about that. I think Glasgow's done in terms of shit that it got loaded with that didn't need. Yeah. What about Manchester? Manchester's fine. Liverpool, Edinburgh. So let's leave one cargo shuttle station here. But then we're going to go back to Earth. And we are going to unload installations and we're going to cycle that move until you're done. Then when you've done that, we'll give you some new orders. In fact, we'll send you back to Edinburgh when you've done that, because otherwise I'll forget where the hell you were going. What? I'm back in a sec. I just need the loot. Apologies, I've returned. I didn't mean to take that long. I didn't get stuck in the toilet, I promise. No, I went downstairs, finished the rest of the kitchen. It was all nice and clean and crisp and tidy. And then I had to move the lawnmower. So I thought, well, it's dry, so I might as well just mow the lawn while it stopped raining. That took a lot longer because obviously it was wet. I only actually managed to do half of it. Came back inside, dusted my clothes off, looked to the wash pile. It's nearly as big as I am, so I thought, stick a wash on. And then I brought the dry washing upstairs, put it on the thing, and I thought, I'll just put this away, just get it done. And then, as I'm doing that, there's a fresh change of sheets, bed sheets, hung in there. So I was like, I'm just going to change the bed. Essentially what I'm saying is, I'm my dad, and I'll just is my curse. Because I'll just go and do this. I'll just go and do that. I'll just go and do this. Anyway, I'm back for at least 5 minutes. I don't need any of that. I don't need that. I don't need that. That was me going outside. Don't need an alarm. Don't need the train because I'm not at work today, so that's fine. Okay, right. Where the hell were we? Let's save, because I can't remember if I'd saved before I left. But all the jobs are done now, so... Well, apart from making tea, but I don't need to do that until everyone's home, so... Oh, okay. Need the fans. I'm absolutely sweltering now. Right, okay, we have some scrap to salvage. The salvager, he's just sat here doing nothing, but I feel like we've just sent him on his way. Churchill 1 has completed orders. Okay, so they've finished their stabilization projects. We've probably got one more to do soon. We could go and try to take out Birmingham. Problem is we'll need some anti-missile stuff, so we do need to develop some sort of gauze cannon technology so we can build some missile swatters. I'm wondering if we were to get the pressure up on the moon, does that have an impact on terraforming? I mean, maybe not on the moon, but it might on Mars. Mars is currently a step, which I don't think gives any sort of defense. Let me have a look on the old chart. Charteroonie. Step gives nothing. Yeah, pressure doesn't seem to make a difference, does it? Let's condense this down a bit. You guys can't quite see the end of that, can you? Now, if I shrink that way, I'm going to move this. So we've got Mars highlighted. So we're at 37.8% liquid. Oxygen. So if we want to go from a step to a forest, for example, temperate forest. Fortification modifier gives us 25% bonus and a 50% chance, less chance to be hit. It's the only real one. We could go for jungle as well, but I presume this is minimum atmospheres of oxygen. So we probably don't want jungle because that's more than we can tolerate. Zero maximum temperature 30. Max tectonic 5. What does 5 mean? Okay, so if we were to bring the oxygen up to 2.5 and make sure the temperature's less than 30. What is Mars right now? Maximum temperature is a little bit high. Oxygen, we can put that up a bit, but we need to make sure we've got more nitrogen in the atmosphere. And then maybe we can convert this into a forest. And if we can, then that's a good template to follow for future terraforming. This screen. We all scream for ice cream. Okay. How's our thingy going here? Yeah, so other colonies now we haven't got anything in Sol. All of our Sol colonies are under here. I mean they're obviously not producing they're not producing a lot right now, but at least we know where they are and we can filter them down. This makes it easier. My arms are shaking because I was holding the trimmer, a lot more. Okay. Okay. How is... I mean, that's actually probably slightly easier for me to see what's actually going on. Plus, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's leave it like that. We'll change it back later on if we need to. Iridium. We were after Iridium, weren't we? Mercury had some to bring over. And they are, or they should be doing it. Raiders in Manchester. Not for long, bitch. They weren't able to attack us, which is good. Minerals exhausted. Gallicite on Marion. That's okay. That'll be the one with one. One Gallicite on that planet, I think. Arrows completed orders, orbiting Edinburgh Prime. What were you doing here, sir? Why are you both there? Oh, you're in separate things. What were you doing? Oh, you were moving those cargo shuttles over. Right, okay. Yeah, we didn't say cycle moves. I definitely said cycle moves, but sure. Tell me I'm wrong. Sol, Earth. No, stop. Fucking stop. Edinburgh Prime, load installation, cargo shuttle stations, minimum available 1. I want to leave 1 here. And I want you... So we could drop some off in there. And you know, these are just orbital mines, they're just throwing things at Edinburgh Prime, so that's okay. So leave 1 here, but take everything else from Edinburgh Prime to Earth. Unload installation. Unload all installations. Refuel. Then go back to Edinburgh. Yep. Well, we can just do Earth. Get rid of this. Unload all installations. Refuel. Route back to Edinburgh. Move to location. Cycle that move. Okay. Tell me when you've done. Or tell me when you run out of available cargo stations. Interesting. Are you complaining because Manchester is or had some brief problems? Where the hell are you? Endeavour 6. Right? Okay, sure. Endeavour 6 and Endeavour 61. Gravitational survey complete of Fleetwood. Fantastic. Oh, okay, there is actually some stuff going on in Fleetwood. That's interesting. What have we got? Got a very small dwarf planet here that can hold 47 million people. Got a 5 billion terrestrial planet that is terraformable. 2 billion planet with some minerals that is terraformable, and actually has a good so this will be a great place to produce terraforming installations or terraforming ships. What else have we got? We've got a gas giant there with some sorium on it. Got a few decently sized worlds here. Excuse me. Shame most of these are low gravity. But we can still colonize them. So we'll create a colony here, create a colony here, create a colony here. This will be a fuel hub. We will need a colony on... Hello, my love. Back in a sec. And stay up! Nah, just, she's gone back to the gym. She, came home to get changed and then ran away. She's fine with me because we get to play for a little bit longer. Okay, so this is going to be a fuel hub. So we need something that is relatively close. There's nothing that's really big that's close enough. That's nice and big, but it's not quite in range. So I'm thinking we just get as close as possible. Put some STOs on there. That's a good range. Actually, put some STOs on there. Maybe both of them. Because this one would have a good chance to hit. This one wouldn't be able to be hit by them. Yeah, let's create a colony there. There and there. We just do 2 actually. That's a nice big colony. It's a low gravity colony, so it's not going to be great for colony cost. It's not terraformable either. Well, it doesn't have the ability to have an atmosphere, so. But that's fine. We will create 2 colonies. These ones are really close. And this one's a... Oh no, this one doesn't have a sorium on it. Which one was that? This is the one that has the sorium on it. Distance... So we can put anything here upwards. This is just the closest 2, I think. Colony. Colony. A terrestrial moon there that can fit 2.4 billion people. So we'll put a colony there. A dwarf planet that can hold 500 million. It's got a lot of tritanium on it. Sure. And then this one here. This is I'm not no. No, I don't think so. There's a terrestrial moon here that can hold 2.15 billion people, but it's low gravity and can't hold an atmosphere, so we're going to ignore that. I think that's all she wrote. We don't want Fleetwood 6, Moon 1 or 2, so we can remove those. I think I have to do that from the other screen, though, don't I? Fleetwood 6, Moon 1, and Moon 2. So, delete pop. Fleetwood 6, Moon 2, delete pop. The rest are all good. Wolf doesn't have a governor. That's interesting. Automated assignments. Oh yeah, because we only recently moved them to Wolf, didn't we? Because they were assigned to a different body originally. Same with Weymouth, you need a mining governor. Can I automate that? I did. And then all of these we just want mining. Although we don't, yeah, we'll just leave them blank for now until we're ready to actually fully commit to mining them. You're fully terraformed, so you don't need a terraforming governor. You need a mining governor. And you're quite important as well, because that's... What the hell was that? It's a very nice world. So let's put this as a 1. Best mining governor available. Same on here. You alright, buddy? Wait, is... The 1 is high, so why is this giving me a lower quality mining governor than either of these other two? Just because you're not on a high level? Ah, whatever, it's fine. Edinburgh Prime. Edinburgh Prime is just a stockpile planet. But it does have pops on it now. That's as stable as we get the temperature. Jungle terrain here as well. Jungle's pretty good. For defensive purposes. It's shit to attack, but we don't need to worry about that. Ask who you're barking at. There's no one there, pal. Okay. What was I doing? Yeah, we were moving things over here, weren't we? Yeah, so now we've got the 7% bonus globally, now that we've got population here. We are moving labs over there as well. Okay, Fleetwood, wow, the eccentricity of these orbits is crazy. Okay, so, Majestics. You're doing a cracking job so far. You nearly need to go home and refuel, to be honest. But, can you just... What's back through Cheltenham... Newcastle. There is an unexplored jump point there. Can you go through that and tell me what's on the other side, please? New system discovered. Oh, it's London. It's not London. Stop giving me London. Mountain, Rift Valley, mountain. Okay. Do you get the feeling that there's going to be some shenanigans afoot here? Nitrogen, oxygen atmospheres. Oh, okay. 60 to 69% liquid. Yeah, these are going to be. These are going to have a lot of people on. You guys are going to get shot. Inactive lab. One inactive research facility on Dundee Delta Prime. Well, let's fix that, shall we? So let's go Dundee Delta Prime. We want some defensive systems. And we want our best researcher to give us our next technology. Bonus 4.729% with a single lab. That's crazy. Oh, well, that's the single lab. 389 annual points with a single lab, I should say. As opposed to on Earth, where this person has 3 labs and they have only 600. So it's gonna be good. Three new Bastets have been built. Why did I build 3? Going to be fuel operations. I think what we're going to do is we're going to set you up. You're going to fill up at Earth. In fact, no, you're not going to fill up at Earth. Where's closer in Sol to Dundee? Liverpool's jump point. So if we go to Sol, yeah, see right now Liverpool's jump point is closer. Well, Earth is always going to be sort of the better shout. Because Uranus might end up over here at some point. So it's safer to just go to the middle. That way we kind of know more or less exactly how much fuel we're going to use. So we'll go to... Oh, this one. Go to Earth, refuel. What are you doing? What are you doing, you little bitch? Go to Earth, refuel. Go to Dundee Delta Prime, and we're going to go to the Delta, refuel stationary fleet. And then go back to Sol. Minimum available. So we just want to fill this fleet's fuel, which should be 10 million because oh, they haven't got the thing yet. Yeah, we haven't got the thing yet. The we need the other ship in their orbit, which I think, did we not send you to do that? Yeah, you're on your way to do that. You're currently tractoring the Corellian. So when the Corellian gets there, we can set that up. Right, Bastet number 6. Let's take you to Manchester. Manchester Prime. Refuel. And we want to take your fuel to Glasgow. I don't want to do that. I want to go to Manchester Prime. I want to refuel regardless. Yeah. Refuel regardless and take it to Glasgow. Glasgow Prime. Ooh. They don't have. They don't have a refuel depot, so they need one of those. Okay. Well, I guess you don't go to Glasgow then. For now, you just bring it back to Earth, since Earth is the only place that can keep it. Unload, transfer fuel to Colony, and then go back to Manchester. Go back to Manchester. Yeah, okay. Go back to Manchester. Refuel from there. Come back to Earth. Transfer fuel. Cycle that order. Okay, so this is. This is man. Oh. Fuel transfer. And then we'll tell you to join them. I'll tell you to join them as well. So you've got about 1 million fuel between you. So every trip is 1 million fuel. How much fuel does Manchester currently have? So Earth has apparently no fuel. What? What the hell is going on? Why are you telling me I have 0 fuel? We have much fuel. We definitely don't have 0 fuel. What the fuck is going on here? So Manchester Prime's got 104,000 litres, but it's the only place with fuel. I don't think so. I know we've had our fuel harvesters turned off. Not our fuel harvesters, our fuel refineries turned off to save the sodium. But we've been bringing in fuel from our From our harvesters here. None of those have fuel on board because they're all what you call them? Stations. I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna reload because some shenanigans are going on here. I will be 2 seconds. That might be our sign to call it a day. We'll see. We will see. Okay, we're back up. Let's have a look. Okay, we're apparently down to... We may have just run out of fuel, but I mean, that's ridiculous, right? Because we haven't been getting any warnings that nobody's got any fuel. The last ships that got built... So we had a ground attack on Mercury. So that wouldn't have affected fuel. So the Majestic did their overhaul there. something weird happened here. So if you look here, I'm assuming the most recent stuff is at the top. Doesn't give you like a date of the thing. This is like a log of what got filled when. I'm assuming this is when you refuel. This is what happens. So this ship managed to fuel collector, which is here. So this takes 2 hours. So it refueled from stationary tankers at 6:59 on the 20th. And at 8:59 it went to Manchester to transfer the fuel to the colony, which it drained instantly. And then it went back to, well, now it's on its way back to thingy, right? So refuel from station tankers. It's refueling from the fuel tank here and dumping it on there. So what is this? History. Literally this second, Manchester got delivered 300 and something million, 300 and something thousand fuel, because this can hold 313,000 litres. Choose this off system body. Choose off by function rather, put it on system body. And then we do Manchester Prime. And it was Manchester Prime. Manchester Prime, yeah. But they only have 162,000 fuel available. That doesn't track. I mean, sure, they kept a little bit on board, but 5% of 313,000 is 15,000. Some of these intelligence windows are really good to look at. Obviously not repair crew report right now, we're looking at fuel, but yeah, something odd has gone on here. It's not a problem because we can just get more fuel because we are bringing fuel in. But why did that happen? Let's bring our ships in. So we should have some tankers coming in somewhere. Soul fuel collectors. What is the soul fuel collector doing? It's going to spam forward a bit. A couple of years. Well, what if the NPCs wouldn't keep trying to bone? So these ships are running out of fuel because they're saying they don't have any fuel, but there is fuel. So I'm passing time forward to prove that there is fuel going to those colonies. I probably clicked the button too many times there, sorry. There's a lot of red. Okay. So do we just have a fuel deficit? But I mean, how? We've got where are they? Fuels. See these ships? We have fleets of fuel harvesters producing 2.4 million liters per year. Times 2 just at Saturn, then 2 at Uranus, 2 at Jupiter, right? We have a fast fuel collector, 3 fast fuel collectors, bringing that fuel to Earth. Okay, so this guy here, he's full, right? He's bringing back 1 million liters of fuel. Earth. Industry. They have fuck all fuel. We have a lot of ships in orbit who need fuel. And sure, they're probably drinking it straight up. But then they're like... Is it the Endeavours? How much fuel is the Endeavours using? They're only using 1.3 million. And that's every time they go wherever they're going, right? I mean, sure, it's times 10 though, so it's 10 million per time they have to come back to refuel. But they've got a decent range on them. So I don't need to refuel all the time. I've no doubt we are draining fuel. But to suddenly have... We didn't check that long ago. We had 300 million on Earth. And we hardly ever refuel from Manchester. We only refuel from Manchester when we have an emergency. And right now, they have next to no fuel. Is there even anybody in Manchester to take the fuel? No, there's not. So what's using the fuel in Manchester? This is really weird. Let me have a look on the forum. Oh, we did get something a couple of turns ago, didn't we? That said there was an error message when I tried to move a ship somewhere. It was a weird error that I've not seen before, but it didn't pop up again, so I just ignored it. We didn't get this error. This error is happening because they've got so much fuel capacity that it's actually not able to register that in an integer value, an integer 32 field, which makes sense. Well, I'm not sure how to. I mean, I know I can go to Space Master mode. I can spawn some fuel, right? But I don't think that's the solution to this problem right now. It would fix the immediate issue and let me carry on the game, but I want to figure out why that happened. Because obviously now we've got this situation where all of our logistics is fucked because our fuel just vanished. But it didn't just vanish from one colony, it vanished from all our colonies. So I'm gonna not close this game and not save where we are, because obviously I passed time forward quite a bit there. I need to go and walk the dog anyway, and then get food ready for everybody. So it's as good a time as any to call it a day. We have been going for quite a while. Thanks for sticking with it. Sorry it ended on a bit of a weird, unfortunate note there, but we'll hopefully try and pick this up again tomorrow. It won't be as long of a stream tomorrow because I'm working, unfortunately. But you guys can do your part there. Watch the streams, watch them all, build my watch hours up, and then I can get paid to do this. That'd be great. And then I don't have to work, because this will be a fantastic job. But yeah, so anyway, I'll let you guys go. Have a good evening and stay safe.